Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a great, wonderful day. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. We are week 2, day 2 of the Sean Diddy Combs Puff Daddy RICO case trial, guys. Welcome back. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Ooh. Sorry, y'all. I have baby bunny, so I'm going back and forth. Give me one sec. As soon as I said that, she says something. So I have to take breaks in between, of course. But listen, guys, I am catching up. I just opened up my browser. We're about to get started. And I haven't even read what is going on yet. And I'm already hearing that there's some stuff going on. So we're gonna get right into it. Guys, thank you so much for showing support to my channel. Hit the like button. Let's get started. Now, I also brought up CNN so that we can kind of compare what inner city press is saying with what CNN is saying. Okay. A couple of things happened last night. These lawyers are working overnight. So are we, of course. There was a couple of filings that happened last night. One of the filings was from, like, I think ABC News, basically a letter to the judge asking for the release of videos. And some of these videos are Cassie Ventura videos, essentially with being violated, essay, all that stuff, right? That's been alleged to have happened. My understanding is that these videos are only available to the jury. Well, the public news wants it available for everybody. Now, I did a video yesterday. Make sure you guys watch it, about kind of highlighting what basically Cassie Ventura's attorney's like, no. We are opposed of any release of any information from the news source from anybody, and we're here to basically make sure that it doesn't happen, that type of situation. So they wrote a letter to the judge. I heard that they talked about it this morning, so we definitely have to talk about it. Now, there were other filings about victim 4. We're going to get into those. So we have a total of like 5 new filings all last night. I saw Inner City Press tweet. He was like, I don't think I'm going to get any sleep. And I'm like, I don't think any of us are going to get any sleep because we're trying to keep up. This is all about keeping up. Let's get into it. Let's start this morning. Okay, so let me pull my tab over here. Welcome, everybody. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Inner City gives us a little intro here. Now, hold up. Let's get to the screen first so he can let us know what is going on.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Today, Tuesday, May 13th, 2025. It's day 2 for real after the jury selection of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Yesterday, we covered it in great detail. The jury selection in which the juror from the UN made it on, despite his claims to have that his Office of Counterterrorism doesn't work with U.S. law enforcement. It's not credible. But then,
guys, the UN, the UN guy, y'all remember that? I can't believe he made it on. He made it on, okay? So it's official. The UN guy is on the jury. I think that's an important part. They went back and forth on that. I'm not buying the UN guy. I don't know how I feel about the UN guy. When BJ was here, we talked about it. This is interesting and weird.
And there were the opening statements, hammering hard, hammering hard. Tenny Garagos did it for the defense among their 9 lawyers. And she said this is about private personal conduct and that he may be a terrible person, but it's not a federal RICO charge. The government hammered away, saying you're going to hear from Jane, Cassie, Mia. And then the witnesses began. There was first the LAPD officer who went to the 6th floor among the famous kicking incident. And it turns out that he filmed his own version of the security camera footage and preserved it for, he was going to just show his wife, but he preserved it for eternity. Now, the cross-examination of him was done by Brian Steele, who tried to point out various inconsistencies of things that he hadn't put in his written report at the time, but only remembered later while speaking to the prosecutors. It wasn't a bad cross at all. Coming off his young thug work, score 1 for Brian Steele. Now, the next witness was I'm called him Male Dancer, but his last name was Phillip, not with an S. And
Daniel Phillips.
This is where it got pretty gruesome. Not gruesome. I mean, yes, gruesome. He was invited up and began to perform. But he stopped being able to perform once he saw the violence. He said he was a kind of a compelling character in a way. Now, the defense chose to have Xavier Donaldson, who I like and know quite well. I mean, I cover him more than these other lawyers because he's on the CJA panel and represents many criminal defendants here in SDNY as appointed counsel. He's taken a kind of his first line of attack was to try to say that the male escort or exotic dancing firm of Mr. Phillip games SEO, so he must be a fraudster. That's not really going far. He didn't finish his cross, and it's going to begin today. And we're coming up on the courthouse. You're going to see the madness in front. So we'll see what he does. And today is going to be the day of Cassie Ventura. So this is a longer than normal intro, but it's a case that we're covering in great detail. Now, we're also covering the crypto beat, among many others. And yesterday there was a development. Ever since this Todd Blanche memo in April, crypto prosecutions.
All right, so let me stop right here. He's talking about the other cases that he's covering. Shout out to Inner City Press, guys. Make sure you guys go support Inner City Press because literally some of us here on YouTube are live and giving commentary because of Inner City Press, and it's truthful and it's direct and there is no like clickbait or anything. You get what you get with Inner City Press. So let's get it going. Here we go. We start with the first tweet. He starts by letting us know, okay, it is the U.S. versus Sean Combs, May 13th. Cassie on deck after cross of Escort. Phillips. Inner City Press covers the trial. Here we go. So an hour ago, all rise. The judge says, let's try to get through these issues efficiently as we have the jurors waiting. We have a letter from a juror that we will make court exhibit 1 on the videos. When will they offer into evidence? The government responds this afternoon. The judge says this is about evidence that is coming into court. Coming into case. The public has a right to know what is happening at trial. I don't see how we would navigate that concern. There's a potential impact on the jurors of signaling some evidence requires sealing. The government responds, we just wouldn't show the videos to the courtroom gallery. And the jurors and everyone in the well would wear headphones. I'm assuming that they're talking about everybody in the juror little panel would wear headphones in order for them to see these videos and hear what is going on. These materials are sexually explicit or involve nudity. One has submitted a letter here. Okay. So there's a letter. The link is there. We'll talk about that letter here in a little bit. Agnifilo says, this is adult pornography. That's what this is. So it's narrowly tailored. Our application is only that the visual images and the audio is within the armpit of the sealing order. We could ask questions tastefully. Agnifilo further says, what would the NYT or the WSJ do with this? Note, they are not the only press, by the way. This is what Inner City Press kind of throwing shade of, like, listen, the New York Times, the Washington Post, all these, they're not the only press, okay? Keep that in mind. We have Inner City Press out there. Shout out to Inner City Press. Sometimes things get unsealed and published. Eric Adams, keep in mind, there's a lot of things that he's linking in here to kind of let people know. The judge says, on those 2 incidents with Ms. Ventura, when we discussed this last week, defense response, the assault in Connecticut, messages between Ms. Ventura and Mr. Combs, it's relevant. The judge says, let's see if there are any issues. The government then speaks. It should be excluded. Tini Garagos, he suspected she was cheating on him. She did not answer the phone. She did not answer her phone. She got into a bar fight and tried to kill someone. So it's relevant to his suspicions and her substance abuse outside of their sexual relationship. Time out. Tini Garagos, the child that Mark Garagos gave to Diddy, the firstborn, what she had to say. He suspected she was cheating on him. She did not answer her phone. She got into a bar fight and tried to kill someone. So it's relevant to his suspicions and her substance abuse outside of their sexual relations. So here comes Tini Garagos. Talk about Mark Garagos. Diddy is my hero. Okay. I mean, just imagine Cassie is pregnant. Okay. Keep that in mind. I'm sorry. I mean, and we don't know how far along she is. I think that's something to kind of note, but she is pregnant. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Um, Tina Garrigo says she was taking drugs while close with her family in another state. She was taking drugs while close with her family in another state. Judge says, I overruled the government's objection. This can be asked about. Now, prior consistent statements, we're talking about a sequencing issue. Are they on direct or in rebuttal? Government response in their opening, they said Miss Ventura made her own choices. They asked who really had control in this relationship, clearing begging the answer that it was Miss Ventura's exhibit B315, the threat to release the sex tape. They said only she had it. Okay. Oh my God, y'all. We got a little insight here. The government is basically saying, like, listen, this is like BS, right? Because they're saying, the defense is saying that the defense on this is going to be that Diddy probably couldn't release this tape because Cassie had it on her possession. She had it the whole time. Just a little insight that I picked up here, okay? Combs, Alexander Shapiro, other attorney for Combs. We submit that these are hearsay until redirect. Judge says if they come in, they're in. You don't object? Shapiro says we do. What we said in the opening was that Mr. Combs, the judge then interjects, you seem to say she was lying about threats to release videos. Shapiro interjects. The predicate for prior consistent statements hasn't been met. Judge says, I find that it has for this exhibit. The defense opening said that there will be millions of reasons for people to testify here. That's the attack that was used. As to B3162, judge further says, but the standard has not yet been reached as to B332 and B339. Okay, get Mr. Phillips in the witness box, then bring in the jury. All rise. All right, here we go. So if you guys remember yesterday from our recap, we hadn't been done with Daniel Phillips, the escort slash boss man slash SEO, person slash he's not a prostitute, he's a dancer, okay? But yet still having SEX, okay? So I'm just throwing in some fillers. If you missed our review last time, make sure you check it out, okay? And shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Let's start with this. Here we go, okay? All rise. So Xavier Donaldson. So to continue, Xavier Donaldson is for Combs. So to continue, you return to the Gramercy Hotel. The male dancer Phillips says yes. Donaldson says, while you and Miss Cassie Ventura were having sex for hours, Miss Ventura took the lead? Phillips says no. Donaldson, you took the lead? That's a question. You took the lead? Phillips says, we were equally doing our thing. There wasn't a leader. Donaldson then asks, you decided together? Philip responds, yes. Donaldson continues, fair to say that she was in complete control of everything she was doing? Philip says, I can't say that. Donaldson then asks, you did not wear a condom? Philip responds, I did not. Donaldson then says, your boss told you Miss Ventura paid for the hotel? Philip says, yes. So let's keep going. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you for your help, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. The people appreciate it. Sorry. Thank you for the mispronunciation. I had to do it. Okay, let's keep going. All right, hold up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Make sure I got the right screen here. 1 second, guys. Sorry, y'all. Okay, here we go. Ooh wee, this is getting fired up, y'all. Let me peel this real quick because we got to stay hydrated and snacked up. That's for you? Okay. All right, here we go. All right. Um, so Donaldson, the attorney, let's recap a little bit. Your boss told you Miss Ventura paid for the hotel. Philip responds, Philip, the male escort dancer. Yes. Donaldson says she paid with a credit card. She paid with her credit card. Male dancer, Philip says, I have nothing to do with that. She used her card to pay for the dancer. Okay. It's a weird way to answer the question, but okay. All right. All right. I have nothing to do with that. She used her card to pay for the dancer. Donaldson then says, okay, that assault at her apartment on 11th Avenue. Philip then responds, I believe it was West End Avenue. Donaldson says, you claim Mr. Combs told you to come over. She said she had her personal information on the computer, so wait a minute, and he threw a bottle at her. Philip responds, correct. Donaldson says, he comes out and says, are you ready? Philip then says, are you guys ready? Okay. Donaldson, Attorney Donaldson says, isn't it true? Mr. Combs told you, yo, man, I'm going to have to deal with this. You need to get the F out. Male dancer Philip says, that is not correct. Donaldson, in 2023, didn't you tell prosecutors he said, yo, man? Government stands up. Objection. Not an evidence. Not an evidence. Judge says sustain. You can only use it to try to refresh his recollection. So the judge is looking at the defense and saying sustain, and you can only use that to try to recollect, to refresh his recollection. Donaldson gathers himself. Okay, I'm thinking here. Read it to yourself. Does it refresh you? Male dancer Philip says, I do not remember saying that. What I am reading here is get the F out. Objection. Government is objecting. Judge then says, disregard that. Okay, Donaldson, did you date a model named Malia? Malia? Melia. Malia. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. Or Malia. Male dancer Philip says, oh yeah, Malia. Okay. And I didn't say I dated her. We were friends. Donaldson then asked, you were with her and saw Cassie with someone else, not Mr. Combs. Phillips responds, yes. Donaldson, you told Malia you saw Cassie socially. Okay. Philip responds, yes. Okay. Donaldson says, you thought Cassie wanted to see you one-on-one. Nothing to do with Sean Combs, right? Philip responds, I don't see what you mean. Donaldson then says, in front of the Dream Hotel, that's what you thought. Philip says, no. Okay. Donaldson then says, you only saw her inebriated one time. Philip responds, I saw her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me I don't think it's going to happen today. Donaldson then says, the time with the other male you rotated? Philip responds, not correct. Donaldson, you watched? Yes. There's a yes under there. Okay. So we're 24 minutes basically behind. This is painting a picture of a situation of at least the way as I'm reading this, and we'll definitely check CNN updates, okay? But this is reading a situation of, it sounds like socially she might have known this dancer, okay? Daniel Phillips, the escort. All right. because at first it's not somebody that she just hired willy-nilly off of a Google website. I mean, maybe it was at one point, but here it's making it sound like she might have known this guy socially. Okay? Like they even know the ex-girlfriend or a girlfriend, Millennia, whatever the hell her name is. You know what I mean? So it's giving a different impression here. Let's keep going, okay? Hoo-wee. Donaldson, you said Mr. Combs was directing, but do you recall meeting the prosecutors on March 28, 2025, and telling them you didn't recall Mr. Combs giving directions about positions? Phillips responds, yes. Donaldson, so he didn't direct. Philip responds, incorrect. Donaldson then says, you thought you were in a relationship with Cassie, didn't you? Philip responds, no. Donaldson then says, you wanted to get her alone to date her? Philip responds, if she let me, I would have. What? Hold up. Daniel Phillip the dancer, is said, if she would have let me date her, I would have. Okay. Donaldson then says, you'd get jealous of Mr. Combs. Philip responded, no. You cannot make this up. Mr. Combs, Donaldson then says, did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you it's my turn? Government stands up. Objection. Can we have a sidebar? They have a little sidebar, sidebar. Oh my God. Order in the court. Honestly, we need to flush the wig. What? You're objecting to my wig? It's getting itchy. We will be taking it off soon. But do me a favor, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Okay. Here we go. Combs and Donaldson comes back. Didn't you tell the government that you would feel jealous because you liked Miss Ventura romantically? Philip responds, I do not recall that. Donaldson then says, put up 3570. I'm assuming they're putting up messages, y'all. 3570. Government response, just for the parties. Philip then says, I do not recall that. Donaldson says, nothing further. What was 35-70? Text messages? Judge then says, redirect. Here comes the government. Government then says, please explain why you now say Mr. Combs directed you. Philip then says he asked about positions, but Mr. Combs did tell us what to do, use baby oil. So let me stop right here. Somewhere in that communication up there sounds like Daniel Phillip the dancer got caught up in a little lie right there, which I think is something very relevant. And I think a lot of this is very relevant as far as how truthful he is, because I didn't even know that they knew each other. I thought this was just like an escort service type of situation that turned sexual. But now it sounds like they knew each other outside, and then they had many engagements. Okay, let's keep going. Government asks, please explain why you now say Mr. Combs directed you. Philip responds, he asked about positions, but Mr. Combs did tell us what to do, use baby oil. Government then says, the timing of the handing of cash, how did the amount compare to your stripping services? Philip responds, 3,800 more. Say what? Say what? He got paid 3,800 more. There's a difference. You're a dancer to now that you're, prostituting. That's a little bit different. Okay. Is 3,800 more. Yes. All right. 3,800 more. Government then says, how much were you paid to perform when you could? Philip says 700 to 5 or 6,000 of dollars. Government then says, and when you couldn't perform? Philip says, they paid me nothing then. So you just went there for nothing? Okay. Government then asks, did Miss Ventura call you after the Dream Hotel? Philip responds, yes. Government asks, did you know who she was with? Philip says, no. Government then asks, did you did she answer your text messages? Philip then says, never, almost. Never or almost? Did she answer your text messages? Philip responds, never, almost. Okay. Government then asks, you said you wanted to hug her. Why? Philip responds, I could see she was afraid. Government then asks, what did you do? Philip then says, I could not engage. I was messed up. And government then asks, what did Mr. Combs say to you? Philip responds, he said, it's time for you to go. In the hotel, who was in the room? Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. This is what Philip said. Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. Government then responds or asks, when she appeared to enjoy herself, was Sean Combs always in the room? Philip responds, yes. Government asks, what was that the same man who called her a bitch and beat her? Oh my God. Hold up, y'all. Guys, here we go. It's heating up. Okay. Was that the same man who called her a B and beat her? Phillips responds, I did not see the beating. I presumed. Objection. Donaldson gets up and says, objection. Judge says, sustain. Government then asks, you heard slapping? Philip responds, yes. Government then says, nothing further. Judge, recross. Okay, so he's going to get recrossed. Donaldson responds briefly. Donaldson, this document, do you see where you said I'm on the Upper West Side? She says 10th West Inn Avenue. Hit me when you're there. Philip responds, yes. Donaldson, did you see your text? Don't give an F if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all N-word. Oh, they're doing like the race play thing or what? I don't, hold up. I need a wig break because I was about to toss it. He said, Donaldson, do you see your text? Don't give an F if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all N-word. Philip says yes. Donaldson, and that was after the beating? Philip then says yes. Donaldson, nothing further. Redirect. Okay. Here comes the government. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Y'all see this is happening? Do you see? Listen, my wig got itchy after I was reading that. Okay. I don't know what he is. His name is Daniel Phillips. That's what I know. It's not, I needed a little wig break, but let me just say this, okay? Because this is getting intense. Government. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting that. Redirect. Here comes the government. Why did you write that? Philip then says, I wanted them to see I had no problem with what he had done. Keep it going. Government then says nothing further. Hold up, Philip. Because the government is asking, why did you write? Did you see your text? Don't give a, when Donaldson asks, did you see your text? Don't give an F if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all N-word. Like, I love y'all N-words. Okay. Because it's, Cassie, Diddy, this is what they're saying, right? This is what this guy is saying. This is why he's calling him. He's a little tipsy and he thinks it's okay to say that in a text. So then the government's like, well, why did you write that? And then Philip was like, I wanted them to see that I had no problem with what he had done. So he wanted to let Cassie and Diddy know that if he had beat her, he was okay with that. Like, that's what I'm catching on this. And keep it going. Like, he still wanted to see them. Government says nothing further. Okay, sidebar, before the next witness, before the next witness, yes. So they have a little sidebar with the government. Make sure you guys support Inner City Press. Oh man, you cannot make this up, y'all. Cannot make this up. Okay, we're catching up now. Judge says, jurors take a break. We have some issues to deal with. Jurors leave. Combs, Ana Maria Estebao, which is another attorney for Combs, We'd like Ms. Ventura's husband to not be allowed in the courtroom during her testimony. We may need to call him as a witness later, depending on the direct. All right, let me time out right here. This is what Diddy's attorney is requesting. They don't want Cassie's husband in the courtroom. But let me say something to you that a lot of people did not know. And I did feel a little bad about this yesterday. Did you guys know Diddy's kids were in the courtroom too? Not just not just the boys, but the girls too. There was some of them were there. Okay, the youngest one, I believe, was there too. While they were going through Diddy's freak offs and stuff like that, while they were showing the CNN footage video. So keep that in mind. There are family and really like it doesn't matter how you feel about Diddy. That's one thing, but there are really real people behind what was going on there as well. Okay? So keep that in mind. Let's keep going. This is what Combs' attorney is asking. He doesn't want Cassie's husband there. All right. So then the government says, I'm not sure how Mr. Fine's testimony would be relevant. Judge then says, Ms. Garagos, Teeny Garagos gets up. Give me 15 seconds. If he wants to come into the courtroom today, but we ask that he be excluded when the testimony gets into post 2018. Okay. So this is where we're at 4 minutes later. Government says, in my initial examination, I will ask about post 2018, but only about devices. The judge then looks at Ms. Garagos. Ms. Garagos, Teeny Garagos says that's okay. Judge then says, okay, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right. So this is what are we refreshed? I think we're up to date. Are we? They're not back yet. Okay, cool. Let me go back just to refresh the page because then I want us to go to CNN to make sure we did not. Hold up. Are we Cassie on deck? Let's see. I just want to make sure we covered everything. I think we're a little bit behind, but just to double check. Here it is. Sidebar. They had the sidebar. In my initial examination, I will post. Okay, here it is. Do we have an update? Inner City Press. Here we go. That was 44 minutes ago. Okay. I think we are actually Mr. Fine's testimony. Yeah, we're okay. We are okay. We are up to date. All right. Now, if we're not, that's okay because I want us to go a little bit to CNN just to make sure that we're balancing. And if we've missed anything, we're going to get right to it. All right. So here we go with CNN. This was what trial started a couple minutes, well, almost 2 hours ago at this point. Here we go. So that was 53. And let me refresh this. Real quiz. So Cassie's taking the stand now. We might need to jump on that right now. Cassie Ventura's husband enters the courtroom. That was 2 minutes ago. And Ventura's husband will be allowed to sit in the courtroom for portions of her testimony. All right. Combs' defense wants to bar Ventura's husband from court during her testimony, which is what we just went through. They went to a break about 20 minutes ago. So here we go. We are up to date. And let's go. We are getting right to the meat and potatoes of this, guys. Do me a favor, support the channel, hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, my friends. Here we go. Okay. Judge then says, and this was at 8:46, different timing for everybody. Jurors take a break. We have some issues to deal with. Jurors leave. Combs, they address this about the husband. Okay. Coming and going. All right, here we go. 14 seconds. We're right on top of it. All rise. They're coming back from their break. Everybody's saying in the comments that they're nervous in Twitter. Shout out to everybody on Twitter. Shout out to Inner City Press. All rise. Government responds. The government calls Cassandra Ventura. She takes a stand, extremely pregnant. I don't know how far along she is, but she's extremely pregnant. Government asks, how old are you? Ventura responds, 38. Government, what is your work? Ooh, hold up 1 minute. Okay. Sorry, 1 minute. The government calls Cassandra. She takes a stand, extremely pregnant. Government asks, how old are you? 38. What is your work? Musician and entertainer. Government asks, how long were you with Sean? 10 years. Okay, we are up to date. That was 10 seconds ago. Hoo-wee. Okay. And while we fill in, let me see what Cassie is saying on CNN, because they have somebody from CNN. Cassie Ventura, Sean Diddy Combs' former girlfriend, has now taken the stand in the government sex trafficking case against the music mogul. Ventura walked past the juror box on her way to the witness stands. Prosecutor Emily Johnson will question her. Earlier today, Ventura's attorney, Douglas Wigdor, said that she was very ready to take the stand and told reporters she is confident. Hey, shout out to Cassie. She is confident. All right. Shout out to her and positive vibes for Cassie. Mar, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this $4.99. As much as we enjoy laughs, I'm sore this is rough to cover. I'm sure this is rough to cover. Thank you, Mar. I appreciate it for this $4.99. I know we try to do our best. And shout out to the new members like Patricia, Minnesota, Jen Hack. Guys, thank you for becoming members and supporting the channel. Consider supporting the channel, please, and thank you. Here we go. Do we have an update? Here it is, 51 seconds. Cassie answers that they were together for 10 years. Government then asks, did you get in arguments? Cassie responds, yes, it would result in violence and dragging. Government then asks, what else did he do? Cassie responds, stomp me in the head if I was down. Government then asks, how frequently was he violent? Ventura responds, too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises. Ooh. Y'all, I'm getting hot reading this. Okay. And I need my drink too. All right. I knew that this, if this is too much for people to hear, please take care of your mental health. We're waiting for an update, okay? I know it's going to get rough, okay? We're waiting for an update. And let me see if CNN has an update too, because CNN is updates as well. Ventura testifies she was in a relationship with Combs for a little over 10 years. Prosecutor Emily shows Cassie a photo of Sean Diddy Combs and asked her to identify him. When she's asked how she knew Combs, Ventura said, we were in a relationship for a little over 10 years. Here we go. I think we have an update now. Government asks or says, let me show you a video. LA hotel elevator lobby shown. Government asks, where is this? Cassie responds, the Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after freak-off. Government asks, what does that entail? Cassie responds, the hiring of an escort, setting it up. Okay. All right. She's giving us details of the things that she had to do, what these freak-offs were, okay? Let's see. They're showing her the video. There is nothing right now. No update. All right, guys, we're getting right to the update. I had to put a password on. I do apologize. Okay. No update on Inner City Press. We're going to go to CNN and see what they say. No update yet. We're still good. No update. So basically, she had to set up the freak offs that she was in. She's having to set this up, right? With escorts. Like, honestly, it's intense. Sylvia, thank you so much, Sylvia. Good morning, Your Honor. Can you read your message on Discord? Will do, Sylvia. Thank you so much. Give me one sec. I'm just trying to refresh this to see it. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay, no update there. Okay. All right. I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller so people can see the screen because it sounds like people are having a hard time reading. If I can zoom this a little bit, okay? See if we can zoom this a little bit. All right, I think this should be readable for people that those that can't see. Let me know. Okay, here we go. Do we have an update? We do not. Here it is. 12 seconds ago. Government asks, "How did you feel when he first asked you for it?" Cassie says, "Confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy." "Did you agree to one when he first proposed one?" Ventura says, "Yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently." Oh, man. Okay. Okay, that was the update. Let me know if you guys can see it. Hopefully, you guys can see what is going on, okay? All right. See what CNN is saying now. A minute ago. This was an update a minute ago. Ventura says she suffered injuries from abuse. Cassie said some of their arguments would be violent and result in some sort of physical abuse. He would smash me in my head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. Ventura said of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. Johnson asked, how frequently was he physical with you during your relationship? Too frequently. Ventura says she suffered injuries from abuse, including knots on her forehead, busted lips, and bruises all over my body. Guys, if you guys there's too many pictures before all of this. There's way too many pictures out there of Cassie being bruised up and beat and the media capturing this. Don't forget when Diddy and who was it? Diddy, French Montana, Jermaine Dupri were vacationing at Joe Francis's little resort in Mexico. Don't forget that. She was all bruised up, okay? We're waiting for an update. We don't have an update yet. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. It helps the channel. It supports the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, while we're waiting for an update, Julia, thank you so much. This is going to be devastating. It is. Thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Please take care of your mental health. Thank you. Coco's mom, thank you so much for this. This can't be easy for you either. Proud of you and your channel. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for supporting. It's not easy at all. Like I'm telling you, I get sweaty. Like I'm sweating now just listening to her because Cassie hasn't been somebody that has she done interviews? No. She did her lawsuit and she's been quiet. People have been trying to silence her, in my opinion, for the longest time. But she's been literally in the shadows. That's what she's been. Okay. I wonder what they're going to do with her in cross-examination. I am a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not even there. I think we're all nervous and we're not even there. Okay. We're waiting for an update. Somebody asked in the questions, does Diddy's lawyer get a cross-examiner after this? Yes, they do. From an outside perspective and thinking how diverse the jury pool is, all I can think of is they must be thinking, well, okay, so you were okay with this until just now leave and say no. There's some typos in her Twitter. Okay. We're waiting, y'all. Let's see what CNN is reporting. No update yet. No update. And you can't deny that this didn't happen, guys. You can't deny whatsoever. Thank you. I will check the Huffington Post as well. You can't deny that this didn't happen because guess what, guys? There's a CNN footage video of her. We saw her get dragged too, okay? Can't deny it. Let's see. And by the way, shout out to everybody in chat, guys. We are entitled to your opinion. Some of you guys believe Cassie, some of you guys don't. My beautiful, wonderful mods, please don't block anybody that has an opposing view. So as long as they keep it respectful, that's all I ask. Please and thank you. Okay, let's see if we can get some live updates on this. No update yet. CNN. And then somebody said the Huffington Post. Is that what I heard? Okay, less than a minute. Here we go. CNN has an update. Ventura describes what a freak-offs entail. What a freak-off entails. Prosecutor Emily Johnson pulled up a still image of a well-known hotel surveillance footage from the Intercontinental in 2016. Cassie said the image showed her leaving after an encounter that we called a freak-off. Ventura was asked how she and her former boyfriend Sean Combs started doing freak-offs. Within the first year of our relationship, he proposed this idea, this sexual encounter that he called voyeurism, where he would watch me be in intercourse with a third party, specifically with another man. Ventura went on to say that a freak-off would entail hiring an escort, setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. She said she couldn't remember where the name freak-off came from, but she said that Combs introduced it to her. Eventually, it became a job for me, pretty much. So I knew it wasn't something he wanted to do. I knew it wasn't something he wanted me to do. Excuse me. I had the contacts to set up and get a hotel room and all of that. But in the beginning, Sean set it up. He was in charge. This is what she just testified. Okay, so convenient. Now this makes sense a little bit. Okay. She's made up to set up the freak offs, right? Now, this is what Inner City Press put on their narrative. Ventura says, I didn't know what no one could turn into. Government then asks, what do you mean? Ventura then responds, making him angry. What were you afraid would happen if you said no? Ventura responds, Cassie. Through time, he had blackmail material. Government then says, what did you give the government? Laptops. What did you give the government? Laptops. She gave the government laptops. So it wasn't just videos. She gave the government laptops. Is that what I'm hearing? Like she gave that government that evidence. If I'm understanding this correctly, y'all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Luigi, thank you so much for this Jag at the Bucks. You mean Rabbit the Bucks. Thank you. Thank you. And Pinche Becky, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Guys, if you've been blessed by Pinche Becky, please put some hearts, confettis in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, like, so she gave them, it wasn't just video. She was giving them like real evidence, access to everything. She had computers, laptops. She gave the government the evidence. So she was sitting on information to a certain degree, right? But was he blackmailing her too with it? All right, we don't have a update yet. Oh my God. Well, good. I'm saying, like, she kept it. Thank you, Sassy Savage. I'll check it out too. I mean, you guys, if somebody starts blackmailing me and I'm in a situation like that, yeah, I might have to, be smart as well. I might have to figure it out too. You know what I mean? Okay. Laptops. This is where we're at. Now let's see. And I'm going to check the other sites for updates as well. Nothing yet. All right. Somebody said that the New York Times has updates too. Now hold up. Move my mic. Hopefully the mic is not right in front of my face. It's not. Okay. See if we can get some updates. New York Post, New York Times. Ooh. Um, all right, here we go. So we have an update. This is from Inner City Press. I've handed up to GXB. Excuse me. The government says, I've handed up to GX-B. Do you reckon? I've handed up GX-B. Do you recognize it? Ventura says, yes. I've reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining to Mr. Combs. Government asks, did you review photos on it? Ventura then says, yes. Government then asks, what's this photo? Ventura then says, me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan. Who's Carrie Morgan? Y'all write that name down. Is that a celebrity? Why does that sound familiar? Write that name down. Carrie Morgan. Somebody, I know somebody in the chat is going to know the name. Why does that sound so familiar? Okay. The New York Times is also providing updates. Ventura is describing the complex nature of her relationship with Sean Combs from their first freak-off. She says those events caused her nervousness and confusion. She says she didn't understand how these encounters could be a turn-on, but she felt the responsibility to please Combs. I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of my life, Cassandra says. Over time, she says the videos he shot of her during S encounters were blackmail material, which she feared could be put on the internet. He had many resources to do that. Okay. New update? No new update. All right. Let's see. What is Inner City Press doing? Anybody know who Carrie Morgan is? Everybody's asking, who's Carrie Morgan? Cassie's BFF? Cassie's BFF. Okay, you guys are letting me know. It's Cassie's BFF. Carrie Morgan. I'm sure there's already an article. Somebody put in there. It's already up there. Carrie Morgan is Cassie's BFF. Her, right? Basically, this is her. I mean, she's with Cassie the whole time. So there's a picture of her and Carrie Morgan. All right. Okay. She's a model. Supposedly gave a concussion. Okay. Now that's not the same one. The one that was, there was another one who was a designer that he hung from like 17 floors. Correct me if I'm wrong. So did he threw a hanger at her and gave her a concussion? Lord have mercy. That's crazy. Oh my God. I just don't, oh my God. I don't know. Paige asked if she's still alive. I don't know. She hit her with the wooden hanger. Thank you. Cassie Ventura is speaking softly on the stand and lifting a tissue to do a dab on her nose and ears. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Sorry, y'all. I had to get something. All right. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. Let's see. Here it is. Inner City Press. This was 29 seconds ago. When did you sign with Bad Boy Records? This is what the government is asking Cassie. 2006. It was a 10-album deal. Did you release any after late 2006? Ventura says no. Government asks, who's in this photo? Ventura responds, Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex from before me and the mother of his children. Okay. Rest in peace. Rest in love, Kim Porter. Rest in love, Kim Porter. Man, oh man. If she were alive today, it makes you wonder what she would have said, where she like what would have happened today. But anyways, let me show you guys the update from CNN. Ventura says she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones out of fear material would become public. Okay. Cassie testified that she was also afraid that the blackmail material would become public. She said she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones because she didn't know what material was on them. She also said Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in that moment like what you need when he's telling you what he wants. She's describing him as a very polarizing individual. Think about how Teeny Garagos, who did the opening statements for the defense, which, by the way, for the record, those opening statements were very shitty, in my opinion. I'm sure I'm not the only one who feels that way. You guys probably feel the same way. I don't know. But Teeny Garagos said the same. He's like, he's one of these individuals, horrible temper. We don't support the domestic violence, yada, yada, yada. But he's a good guy. He's a good guy. Keep that in mind. Okay. All right. Let's see. Do we have an update? No update. And let me check New York Times for an update. No, no. Y'all are expensive, New York Times. Maybe later. They want me to set up everything. 3 minutes ago, Cassie Ventura is speaking softly on the stand and lifting a tissue to dab on her nose and her eyes. Cassie Ventura was asked what she knew of Sean Combs when she met him around 2005 when she was 19. I just knew that he was this larger than life entrepreneur musician. Was a fan of his music. I didn't know too much about him personally. Soon after, she said she signed a 10-album deal with with Combs' label, Bad Boy. Yeah, I like that I'm reading both because I feel like Julia, thank you so much for suggesting this because I feel like I'm filling in the blanks for the things that I might be missing here. Because I'm assuming Inner City Press has an update for us, but this is hard for Inner City Press too. Government asked, where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? Ventura response, in Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We were out on his patio on my 21st birthday, the VMAs. Government asked, what happened then? Cassie responds, Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie. Wow. Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie. Look at everybody, y'all. I'm not even gonna put the twits, the tweeters and the twits and the twits and tweeters. They get a little wild in the Twitter, so I have to be careful because some of the stuff they post is inappropriate. Okay. A minute ago from CNN. Combs and Ventura's relationship started platonically, she says. Cassie testified that she signed a contract with Bad Boy Records, Sean Diddy Combs' company, in early 2006. She said that before she met Combs, she knew him as a larger-than-life music entrepreneur. She met him when she was about 19 years old. Ventura said she had a platonic relationship with Combs in the time just after she signed with his record label. She said he looked out for her when she had a few rough performances. Prosecutor Emily Johnson then showed the jury a photo of Ventura and Combs together in 2006, the same year she signed her record deal. Okay. Okay, update from Inner City Press. Government asks, when you got back to New York? Ventura responds, I'd visit him in the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. Government then asks, what were you going what were you going with your music career? Ventura then answers, trying to come up with a concept. Sean called all of the shots. Okay. Somebody in the comments, they coached her well. Like, okay. She's very pregnant, y'all. Like, she's very pregnant. Well, she was 19 in 2006. So I think she said she was 19. I know I'm older. I'm older than Cassie Ventura by what, 2 or 3 years. So yeah, we're kind of there. Let's see. Give me one sec. Do we have an update on New York Times? New York Times says, yeah, there's no update yet. CNN, we already read this, so we don't have an update yet. Give me one sec. I'm trying to catch up to the updates. Let's see. 7 minutes ago. Nope. Two minutes ago. The relationship was platonic. Okay. Somebody said in the comments, the government is trying too hard. She wasn't visiting him in his hotel room about her career, music career, after he kissed her for the first time on her 21st birthday. I don't know, man. People just already make up their minds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. We know it's not easy for you. We love you. Sense of humor, but please show your appreciation. Hit the like button. Enjoy the family. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you. Sorry, y'all. Thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see if we got an update. Thank you again, guys. Thank you. Make sure you guys, we have over 1,000 people here. Please, guys, hit the like button so that this can get out in the algorithm too. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sylvia. Show your support by hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Okay. Government then asks, what is the age difference between you and Sean? Ventura responds, 17 years. Government says, how did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Cassie responds, nervous, excitement. We're going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. I didn't understand it. Oh, okay. Wow. So this is what Inner City Press now, less than a minute ago, CNN says Ventura says she was really confused the first time Combs kissed her. Cassie Ventura testified that she saw Sean Combs about once a month at social outings in 2006. In August of 2007, while celebrating her 21st birthday in Las Vegas, Combs kissed her in the bathroom. I was really confused at the time, she said, noting that she was a young new artist who just didn't really know the lay of the land when it came to things like this. She testified that she cried and ran off. Did you want to kiss Sean at your 21st birthday? Emily Johnson, prosecutor, asked Ventura. No, not at my 21st birthday, Cassie responds. Combs called all the shots in Ventura's career, she says. Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Cassie Ventura how Sean Combs influenced her career at the time. He called most of the shots, well, all of the shots. I had a new record. I would play it for him. He chose what was next for me, basically. This is what she said. Oh, man. This is what was said. Now, hold up. Let me see what the New York Times is saying. Thank you. New York Times doesn't want to give me any more updates. Well, F you, New York Times. I don't even like you. I don't like you. I used to pay for your stuff, but you guys are too damn expensive. That's the problem. Diddy updates. Here we go. Okay. Do we have an update? Nope. Okay, lawyered up said, again, the government is trying too hard. No need to prove she was sexually inexperienced when she met Diddy. It could backfire if defense has evidence to the contrary. Proven coercion. Prove coercion. Oh my God. Lawyer up. People are saying stuff in the comments about this. Okay? J Boobsy, don't laugh at me. It's true. Just all these publications, shout out to them. But like all these publications, then they want to increase how much you have to pay. Rolling Stone is another one. Jeez. Okay, 2 minutes. No update yet. So again, she said she was nervous, excitement. We're going to talk about music. He introduced me to oral sex. She basically said that he introduced her to things that she didn't even was not, I guess, aware of, because she was so young at the time. How do you guys feel about her testimony so far? Okay. I'm telling you, I'm nervous and I'm not even there. I'm nervous. I'm nervous and I'm not there. I'm nervous. I don't know why. I'm just nervous. Thank you. Ooh, you know what? Let me try the Washington Post. I didn't even think of that one. Let's see what CNN is saying now. Mom. Hold up. My heart hurts for her. That's how you feel? No updates yet. Inner City Press. Come on, Inner City Press. Yeah, no updates yet. Let me go to Washington Post. Here it is. 1 minute. Okay, Washington Post. Oh. This is a minute ago. Star witness Cassie Ventura took the stand Tuesday at Sean Diddy Combs' federal trafficking trial. She detailed physical abuse. He would knock me over, drag me, kick me, and stomp me. Show more. Testimony or trial started after opening statements Monday. Okay, we know this. I need more. The government is going back in time a bit, prompting Cassie Ventura to recall her early interactions with Sean Combs. Okay? Give me 1 sec, y'all. All right, sorry, I had to step out. So, Ventura described Combs kissing her in the hotel suite around the time of her 21st birthday in Las Vegas. She said she was confused by the kiss. Okay, we read that part. Didn't know the lay of the land. She wasn't used to an executive acting in a sexual romantic way, she added. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, back to it. Let's see. Do we have any updates? Let's see. Yes, we do. 45 seconds. Okay, we're right on there. We're right on there. So remember, she says that she was nervous. He introduced me to oral sex. Okay. I didn't understand it. Government asked, did you visit Sean in Miami? Ventura Cassie responds, yes. I went with Carrie Morgan and Dallas Austin. Oh, this is Dallas Austin. Guys, remember he was on the list. Carrie Morgan and Dallas Austin. Government then asked, what did you and Sean do together? Cassie responds, sexual intercourse. He gave me blue dolphin ecstasy on a boat. Government then asks, had you once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? Cassie responds, yes. Okay. So she's recounting her experiences with him, sexually. It's what it sounds like. Um, I think if that's what I'm hearing, right? Like, I am hearing that maybe she didn't. He was her first. That's what it sounds like. I'm not surprised at all by that. That does happen. Okay. Um, but yes, yes, please keep it cute in the chat, y'all. Y'all, we don't have to agree with each other. We don't have to convince other people of our opinions. Just keep it cute, please and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Okay, so again, government says, how did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Ventura responded, nervous, excitement. We're going to talk about music. He introduced me to, oral sex. I didn't understand it. Government then asked, did you visit Sean in Miami? Ventura responds, yes, I went with Carrie Morgan in Dallas, Austin. Government then asks, what did you and Sean do together? Ventura responds, sexual intercourse. He gave me blue dolphin ecstasy on a boat. Had you once taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes. Okay. That was 10 seconds ago. Government then asks, how did you take ecstasy unintentionally? Cassie responds, it was in Gatorade. When you took it intentionally with Sean, how did it feel? Like rolling. At that time, what did you think? That we were spending a lot of time together. So she's just responding like she took it once unintentionally because it was in Gatorade, which that does happen sometimes. But people be doing stuff and you put it in flavored drinks, and I mean, you may not know it dissolves in there. You take it. When you took it intentionally, this is what the government is asking. When you actually wanted to take it with Sean, how did you feel? Like rolling. Hold up. Give me 1 second, y'all. She turned on the directional on the iPad, and so it went off and it freaked her out. Okay. So, oh, no, that's not what I want to do. Here it is. At that time, what did you think? That we were spending a lot of time together. So, CNN reports they're not up to date with their reports. That was 10 minutes ago on their updates. Let's see what Washington Post is saying. Just now, asked by prosecutors why she sought Sean Combs' company, Cassie said, I wanted to be around Sean for the same reason as everyone else at that time. This exciting, entertaining, fun guy who also happened to have a career in his hands. Who also happened to have my career in his hands. It felt special because not a lot of people got the time with him. This is what Ventura said. Okay. So there's another journalist for the Washington Post that's adding there what is being said in real time as well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there's no update yet. Thank you, Sassy Savage. Thank you. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. Take a minute and hit the like button. Okay. Here we go. We have an update from Inner City Press. Ventura had said that we were spending a lot of time together. Cassie further says, I thought we were monogamous. Government then asks, was it made public? No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his children. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. Okay. Let me ask you guys a question. Oh, do you guys sense a? All right, one sec, y'all. Do you guys? Here's the question, and I'm glad that I kind of stepped away. Thank you, Alyssa. Yeah, baby, she's here, y'all. She's here. He was drugging her already. Here's the question that I have, y'all. Okay. Do y'all sense a bit of jealousy? I'm just asking the question. Here she thought she's spending a lot of time with Sean Combs, and she's thinking she's like monogamous with this guy, right? He's got her signed up on the record deal. They're together, they're sleeping together, they're fooling around together. I don't want to assume, but I do wonder if that was like her first, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to assume, but I'm just thinking they're spending a lot of time together. Do you guys think that there is a bit of there was some jealousy going on here with Kim Porter at the time? What do you guys make of that? Like, how do you guys land with that? Because that could very well be the case, but it's not. I guess we'll find out if it's ever said. You said, but wait, she was dating Ryan Leslie. Was she seeing other people? It was said that she was seeing other people around that time too, but she said she felt like it was a monogamous relationship. Thank you, Sylvia. Guys, please hit the like button, please. And thank you. And by the way, guys, we don't all have to agree. Some of y'all feel like Cassie, and I'm just going to say it. Some of you guys feel like Cassie is, not a victim. That's what a lot of you guys have said. Some of you guys feel like she is, she isn't. As long as you keep it cute and respectful, stand in your opinions, and be respectful in the chat, we're good. Like we're not blocking you for that. Please and thank you. Keep it respectful. You sounds like a cult one to me. Well, like, what do you guys think of this? Could it be that maybe she wanted more? Maybe she wanted that title. Maybe Kim Porter had that title at some point and she wanted that. Diddy stole Cassie from Ryan Leslie. Okay. All right. So CNN, let me see if I have an inner city press update before I read CNN. No, not yet. This is what CNN says. Combs was a fun guy that also happened to have my career in his hands. Cassie is detailing the early phases of her relationship with Sean Combs. After he kissed her on her 21st birthday, she said Combs began inviting her to the hotel room in New York, where he was staying while his home was being renovated. She said they started to develop a more comfortable relationship with each other. I wanted to be around Sean for the same reasons as everyone else. Just this exciting, entertaining, fun guy, and also happened to have my career in his hands. It felt special because not a lot of people got that time with them. Ventura described herself as being sexually inexperienced at the time. During one of those New York visits, Combs performed oral sex on her and made her feel crazy for not reciprocating. I was just so young, I didn't even have the vocabulary for some of the things we talked about. I was also still in a relationship with someone else. Oh, who said? Leslie? Who said it? Was it Bossa Queenie? You said it, right? Thank you for pointing this out. I was also in a relationship with someone else. Eventually, Combs, Ventura, and other friends took a trip to Miami. She said Ventura said she took ecstasy Combs gave her while they were drinking and partying on a boat. Ventura said she and Combs had sex for the first time on that trip. Thank you. It was you, Ms. Was it you, Pretty P? Somebody said it. There was two people that said it. Thank you, Pretty P. All right. Let's see if we have an update. No. Let's see. Cassie's. Let's see. I appreciate you, Pretty Pete. Thank you. And guys, do me a favor, and you too as well. Thank you so much. Y'all do me a favor and hit the like button. AP. Oh yeah, I forgot about AP News. AP News. Thank you. I forgot about AP News. 35 minutes. 5 minutes ago. Okay. I think I found it. Do we have an update? Later. Let's see. No update on the inner city press. AP News says on their last update 5 minutes ago, having SEX with Combs for the first time felt like a turning point for Cassie. She testified. After that, she says she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with them, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many girlfriends. Look, J-Lo, can y'all bring J-Lo in to testify? J-Lo, can you tell them about the time? J-Lo, tell them about the time that you talked about this in an interview in like a magazine. I want to say 2004, 2005 or something like that, where you talked about the time that at 3 a.m. you were going crazy looking for Sean Combs because he was with other women. Yeah, tell them about the time that happened. And tell them how you had to F around to get to where you're at, my love. Shout out to you, J-Lo, because you had to do the most to get where you're at. All right? Allegedly, and in my opinion, don't sue a judge. Don't sue a judge. Okay? Because let me tell you, she didn't get to where she's at just for the hell of it. Okay? Okay, 33 seconds ago, we have an update. The government says, or asked, what was his lifestyle like? Cassie responded, he had all these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. Government then says, what's this photo? Cassie responds, Sean and I at a strip club in New York in like 2007 or 2008, Halloween. Government asks, how did Sean's mood vary? Cassie responds, day to day. I can't diagnose a Sean Diddy Combs. I really, really can't. That's right, J-Lo, Gelato. I can't diagnose a Sean Diddy Combs, but I do want to know, guys. Somebody had said that they think that this guy is like he might have some bipolar disorder. I don't know. But it's been written before, at least in publications, that this might be an issue that he's dealing with. And this is why he's got like, he's all over the place sometimes. But the fact that he's like wanting many girlfriends, that doesn't necessarily constitute a diagnosis. Okay. I think that he has a very open lifestyle. You know what I mean? J-Lo wanted to tie him down too, and that didn't work. But she also, it is what it is. Welcome. Thank you. Franny Law says, shout out to my beautiful, wonderful lawyers in the chat. Franny Law says, hi, Rabbit. I think the government has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt of charges of RICO trafficking. I only hear so far atrocities that are not RICO and trafficking. I'm thinking the same way too. No, nice try. Thank you. Baby Bunny took my wig. You said, man, that's no different than Mandy says, man, that's no different than R. Kelly. Let's talk about R. Kelly for a minute because okay, no updates yet. Yeah, bipolar is not a reason, is not a defense, but people have publicly said that this man is struggling. I don't know if he's ever been diagnosed. And by the way, not everybody that's with that, because I have family members with that disorder, it doesn't mean that they are doing this kind of shit. People get their stuff under control. They got to take medication, do your therapies, outpatient and all that stuff. Shout out to y'all for those that know how to manage this. It's a very difficult thing to manage at times if somebody doesn't have a good hold on it. Okay. Ventura, this is a CNN update while we wait for inner city press, y'all. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Where are we at? Oh, wait. We have an inner city press update. Okay. So the government asks, how did Sean's moods vary? Cassie responds, day to day. All right. Let me see. Let me get this comment down. When it swung, could you describe it? Ventura then says, anger, zoning out. Government asks, how did that impact you? Ventura responded, Cassie responded, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological abuse. He told me to watch my mouth and change my face. Hold up. So, oh man. Okay. So the government had asked her about Sean's moods, and she said it varied day by day. When it swung, I don't know what she meant by when it swung, but could you describe it? Ventura says, anger, zoning out. How did it impact you? Greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological abuse. He told me to watch my mouth and change my face. Don't forget that one time, and we showed that video here of when he was like berating her and he was recording her and she was under this blanket. We showed this here a couple days ago, like 2 days ago. This guy was horrible, horrible, horrible. Okay. At least in that situation. I mean, and then he was like trying to show her I guess a lesson or something. All right, let me see what the AP is saying. This was 50 seconds ago. Is that what I'm hearing? AP is saying, as Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs in events in the mid-2000s. At times, her testimony, Cassie rested her hands on her pregnant belly. At particularly emotional points, she sniffled and dabbled her eyes with the tissue. Oh, man. So she's like, this woman is very, inner city press says she's extremely pregnant. Can you imagine having to testify? You're extremely pregnant. She got her belly and she's resting her hand. Like, like this is intense. And we don't know how far along she is because it's not like the internet is telling us that, which I'm glad that she's keeping herself protected. You know what I mean? So Cassie testified the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. So there was numerous photographs, including photographs of a boat in Miami, another photograph depicting the couple at a strip club in New York in Halloween 2007, shortly after the trip in Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of the relationship with Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were having a good time. It was really fun at this point. Cassie noted that early in their relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. Interesting. Her due date is on the 15th. Lexi, the 15th of what? Not this month. Lexi, how do you know? Did they post that? Because I was looking at that and I hadn't heard that there was a due date. Oh my God. For those that have never watched this, I need to show you. Diddy, Cassie, blanket. While we wait for an update, okay? What? This is the footage, y'all. This is the footage. Just so you guys are aware.
What you got to say now? What you got to say now? What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy National.
That's just so everybody's aware. And then he would post that. You said her due date is in 2 days? And she's testifying? Oh my God. What? CNN reports. Let's get back to our reporting, okay? Thank you, Jen Hack. Thank you so much for the $2, Jen. Thank you for your mods during a difficult topic. Yes, shout out to the beautiful, wonderful mods in the chat. Y'all, shout out to my bailiffs. My mods are my bailiffs. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me see if Inner City Press has an update for us yet. This is CNN. Combs' mood swung different ways quite a bit. This is what Ventura says. On a typical day, Cassie said she talked to Sean Combs all day throughout the day. She said sometimes she wouldn't answer his calls or messages right away, and he would be in a caller who would have his staff call him until she answered. Like, I guess he would call a lot. There were times Combs' assistants or security personnel would locate her for him in person. Oh my God. Prosecutor Emily asked Ventura to give an example of how Combs' moods impacted her. Ventura said Combs' moods swung different ways quite a bit. The most complicated and the great examples are the abuse, because I also felt at certain times when I knew it wasn't even about me. You make the wrong face, and the next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. Can you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, I'm getting mad. Can you imagine you just looking away or, saying something and then he just swings at you? What the fuck? I'm cussing in my court. Thank you, thank you. Oh my God, Pretty P, thank you so much for this $19.99, my love. Shout out to Pretty P. Thank you. Yeah, you ain't never let that guy is evil. Like, yeah. Melinda, thank you so much for this. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. I bet that's how his mother treated him. They said that there's like a interesting relationship or correlation with his mama too, by the way. At least that's what's been said, nothing publicly, but let's see if Inner City Press has an update for us. And I think that they do. This was 24 seconds ago. Okay, 24 seconds ago. Government asks, how would he keep tabs on you? Ventura responds, we didn't live far apart. He'd sent security to come and find me. Hold up. He'd send security to come and find me. Or a trusted assistant. Like who? David James, Christina Coram. Christina Coram would go down there. Christina Coram would go down there. Oh my God. We didn't live far apart. He'd send security to find me, or a trusted assistant. Like who? Ventura responds, David James, Christina Coram. Government asks, was your relationship exclusive? Ventura responded, no. Oh my God. Christina, where is Christina Coram? Christina? Where is that pendeja at? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm mad because we knew it. She's been hiding. Christina, it's KK. Christina's gone. Where is that lady? Okay. Why isn't she also charged in this? He was sending the ascent. Yeah, Christina Coram was going out there. I thought that was his right-hand woman. My God. I'm telling you. KK report. I'm telling you, man. We're about to drag her. Okay. Oh my God. Get that girl. Ooh, Franny Law. Maybe she did. Get that girl in court. Maybe she made a plea. Maybe she did. Maybe that's why she's been so quiet. She's been mentioned on I don't know how many lawsuits, civil lawsuits. Okay. KK is cooperating. I cannot. That she took the money and left. I cannot. You guys, I'm done. Wow. I did not expect Cassie to say Christina Coram. I did not. Okay. All right. So I'm looking for other updates while we wait for Inner City Press, guys. Whew. Wow. My goodness, you guys, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Oh my God. She's cooperating with the drug mule. The guy that was supplying the drugs. What's his name? Brandon something. KK, where are you? Nelly, but it's not, it's like, honestly, she's a woman too, and she doesn't think to like, she's just doing a job. That's why she left. That's why she went, I'm out. You know why I think Diddy called her right-hand woman, like who's been with him for 10 years, is because she probably knew so much, right? Kind of like the same way that Diddy went on the BET Awards and said something to the effect of, "Thank you, Cassie, for holding it down in my darkest hours. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Kind of like that. I almost feel like he would say shit like that. Almost with her, we don't know if it was sexual. We don't. Who knows? Maybe she was also violated. We don't know. We don't know. But you just never know. She was. She's giving Maxwell. She is. Yep. Okay, here it is. 41 seconds. Here an update. So, was your relationship exclusive? Ventura, Cassie answers no. Government then asks, did you see other men? Ventura says yes. Government then asks, did Sean see other women? Cassie responds, yes. He said, I'm Puff Daddy. I'm insanely jealous. Government then asks, did you move to LA with him? Ventura responds, yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. Hold up. So the relationship wasn't exclusive. Government is asking, did you see other men? Cassie said, yes. Well, what, like the one that got his car blown up, was it Kid Cudi? Then there was Michael B. Then who else? There was others, right? Yes. Did Sean see other women? Ventura responds, yes. He said, I'm Puff Daddy. Give me one sec, y'all. All right, sorry. Cassie was also involved with other people while seeing Diddy. That's right. I mean, it sounds like they weren't exclusive, because she says, was the relationship exclusive? But she wanted, she says that he wasn't monogamous, right? That's what is being said. Was your relationship exclusive? No. Did you see other men? Yes. Did Sean see other women? Yes. He said, I'm Puff Daddy. And I was insanely jealous. Excuse me. Hold up. Yes. He said, I'm Puff Daddy and I was insanely jealous. So is Cassie admitting to being insanely jealous of the fact that they weren't exclusive or that he was with other women? Government then asked, did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted to be close to his kids who were there. So she moved to LA to be with him, to be kind of closer to the kids, if I'm understanding this correctly. Right? Yeah, Cassie is jealous. She's the one that's saying that she was, and I mean, hell, I mean, this guy, okay, and maybe some of you guys can relate to this a little bit. When you're 19 and you're getting yourself, like, this guy is like a lot older than her, right? Like, let's be real. He's more experienced than her. He's a lot older. She was a bit, as far as mentally, she's a child. Okay. So, yeah, like, she's not all the way there as far as, things go. It doesn't sound like she's very experienced, but she was insanely jealous. And I think that that's a natural reaction to have. Maybe she didn't understand what was going on. Okay, hold up. There's no updates there. There is no updates there. This is the latest post, California. There's no updates there. Okay, let me go to CNN real quick. Combs had control over what I was doing over every minute of the day, Ventura says. Cassie said Sean Combs would check in on her what music she was working on, and he would give her busy work on projects that never released. I think busy work, just the way I interpret it, it was just control over what I was doing, over other what I was doing over every other minute of the day. Cassie said that if she didn't respond to Combs, he would call her constantly and sometimes send someone, usually his security, to her home to check on her. So if she wasn't responding to the phone, like, that is so annoying. Like, give me my space. Give me my space. I would be so annoyed. There's no updates. Let me see if Washington has an update. Hold up, y'all. So he's just giving us a little bit more updates from other outlets. Go on a second. Okay. Cassie testified about the psychological abuse she experienced with Sean Combs. She says she always had to be working on something, and Combs would check in to make sure that what she was doing. This included submitting a list of songs she was working on with him. A lot of the songs I didn't actually come out, she said, describing the task as busy work, just control over what I was doing every minute. When Cassie ignored Combs, he would call her constantly and sometimes send a security agent or trusted assistant to her home. It was part of the Combs security staff jobs, Ventura said, to keep an eye on her. Okay, let me see if Inner City Press has an update yet. No. So somebody in the chat pointed this out, and let me read what they're saying, okay? So I think it's important to hear the other side of this, okay? 2 minutes ago, I thought she said they thought that they were monogamous. Not like any of that is a crime, but for consistency and credibility, was something else said that explained this difference in her perceived relationship status? So I think that there's a misinterpretation there, and I'm reading all sides of the media, right? Because she does say that the relationship was not exclusive and they weren't monogamous, but she's extremely jealous, right? So there's that. So, she stayed there too. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I mean, regarding her comment about regarding her jealousy from my last comment. Right. Controlling. You said she just announced she was pregnant in February. She was due. You say she's due on May 15th. That's not true. That's a rumor. The pic of her arriving in New York, she looks about 6 months pregnant, says Red Bunny. I don't know. I don't know what her date is or anything, y'all. I'm going by, there's people in the chat saying that she's due in 2 days or something like that. I don't know, but I'm like, that's such a close date. Why would they even let her testify if that's the case? That's way too close. Okay. We have an update, but give me 1 second, y'all. Sorry, guys, I had to set the iPad. Government response. Where did you live in LA? Ventura then answers 875 what is it? Comstock Avenue, Wilshire Quarter condos. Government then asks, how tall was the building? Ventura responds, no more than 17 floors. Oh, I think I know where this is going. Ventura government then asks, where did Sean live? Ventura says 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Where did you live in LA? 875 Comstock Avenue, Wilshire Quarter condos. How tall was the building? No more than 17 floors. Where did Sean live? 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. Oh, man. Okay. The 17 floors thing is like something else, guys. 17 floors. Who was dangled by 17 floors? Y'all remember? Who was dangled? There was like a designer who was like dangled. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna get to at some point. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Yeah. As soon as they said the flooring, I was like, oh yeah, that's giving that. It's giving that. Hold up. Let's see. Do we have any updates on this side? Oh my goodness. Let's see what 2 minutes ago, Ventura says she thought she and Combs were in an monogamous relationship. Lord have mercy, I'm making up words. Ventura described her complicated relationship with Sean Combs. She testified that she thought that they were in a monogamous relationship, but soon realized they were not. I didn't get that he was him. He was Puff Daddy, and Puff Daddy has many women. Okay. Describing how she felt jealous about seeing him with other women. He likes the company of women. And I had to just really learn that over time, despite what he would tell me just between us. He made me feel like we were in a monogamous relationship more often than not. It was really me figuring out what we were not. He expected that of me. So I guess I assumed it was the same thing. Well, like, it was almost like he was doing, because he was doing the same to Kim Porter too. Do you guys remember Kim Porter was pregnant at the time that Sean Combs was with J-Lo? She was pregnant. Okay. He was doing her the same way. And he expected her to be around, and I mean, that was one thing that the media tried to hide away while everybody was paying attention to J-Lo's Versace dress. Okay. He was doing the same thing. So what she's describing here is very similar to what Kim Porter had talked about in other interviews. This is not new at all. So I have to wonder about this. Hold up. Let me take a drink. All right, we have an update from Inner City Press. So they're talking about this LA apartment or condo. Who paid your rent in LA? Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City. Why'd you pay then? I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? Sean. Huh. Okay. Power and control with money. Okay. That's a real thing. Who paid your rent in LA? This is what the government had asked. Cassie responds, Sean, except when I had the house in Studio City. Government then asks, why did you pay then? I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? By Sean. Even that is controlling. The fact that he had to accept you making a payment to your Studio City house, that's controlling. It's like you're still controlling what I can or can't pay. Make that make sense. That's crazy. Thank you. You said that was an amazing green dress. She still tried it on recently. Thank you. Paying rent and being a sugar daddy is not consent. That's right. It's just, thank you for saying that. Let's keep going. Ventura says she moved to Los Angeles to be closer to Combs because she was in love. Cassie Ventura testified that she eventually moved to Los Angeles full-time from New York to follow Sean Combs. She said he wanted to be near his kids, so she went. I moved because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Combs paid her rent during her time in New York. Ventura confirmed Combs paid the rent for places she lived. He had his own keys that he used whenever he wanted. Okay. Combs lived right down the block from Ventura's apartment in California, she said. She said that she could walk or drive about 3 minutes to his home. Ventura says she later bought her house in Studio City because she wanted that freedom to herself. I wasn't getting it in a lot of other ways, and there was no fight. Okay. So it was like a way for her to get control, but she still had to kind of like ask permission to a certain degree. I mean, I was once in a very controlling relationship, so I feel for her in that sense. I know what that feels like. Yeah, especially at that young age. I was 18 or 19 when I got myself into a really bad situation. And so it makes me look at things a little bit different as a woman. Yeah, maybe that's a story for another time. Okay. New tweet. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me refresh this one more time just to make sure I'm not too behind. Okay, yes, we do have a new tweet. Government asks, how many songs did you write while with Sean? Cassie responds, 100. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes. How many albums on your deal were not released? 9. Did you get paid for them? No. Oh my God. Yeah, now we're getting deeper to the dynamic. I would agree with that tweet. Okay. 100 songs. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet. I mean, the only one that I know of Cassie, maybe the only one that was released was what? Me and You. And many albums on your deal were not released. 9. Did you get paid for them? No. I think I had it back in the day. That song was like a ringtone on my AT&T or T-Mobile phone. Y'all remember those ringtones where people would like you could leave a message and you could leave a ring, or they can call you and it was a ringtone? Mm-hmm. That's what I remember. 100 songs. Hundreds. Thank you. Hundreds. You did like that? It was that one song. Y'all remember when you had a little ringtone, somebody would call you? It's me and you now. Okay, let me not dance on a live, all right? Because we're on court. Get it together. Get it together. Okay. Hold up. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. All right. Ventura. Cassie then says the freak offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but do them, then try to recover. Government then asks, how much time in your week would freak offs take? The longest was 4 days, significant periods of time. Hold up. So then she became like, so then the freak offs became her job? Hold up. The freak offs became a job. There was no time to do anything else, but then try to recover. How much time in your week would freak offs take? The longest was 4 days, significant period of time. So he was having her, allegedly, it sounds like he was having her engage in these freak offs for 4 days. Girl, what? Oh my God. 4 days? Well, I mean, and you can't tell me that Janice Combs wasn't with the shits. The lady's sitting laying down there with IV fluids with her and her son. We're recuperating. They look like they were in there for God knows who. God knows what happened in those rooms and with Miss Janice Combs too. I'm just saying. Nothing holy. Nothing holy about that. Okay. Let me see if I have an update from AP. Yeah. Washington Post is doing a better job at keeping up with this. Thank you. 4 days. Can you believe that? Okay. Wait. Judge says we'll break here. All right. We have a break now. Break. Okay. Let me see if they say anything during break. Hold up, because this is where they're breaking. My goodness, this is intense, y'all. This is intense. For those that are coming in, Cassie Ventura, we're calling her times in Los Angeles with Sean Combs. She said she moved there because Sean Combs wanted to be closer to his kids, some of whom were living in California at the time. I wasn't ready to be out of New York. Ventura said, but she followed him because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Before that, Ventura described being gifted a New York City apartment by Combs. He paid the rent and lived nearby. Ventura said Combs also paid for some of her apartments in Los Angeles, had his own keys, and would enter whenever he wanted. Oh my God. 4 days for a freak off? I'm still trying to figure out. I don't know if it's a lunch break, but I'm trying to see if there's any updates. Hold up. From Inner City Press, what he has to say. If the judge has anything to say, okay? No, nothing. Let's see. Let's go to his page. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. Consider supporting the channel. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are could be anywhere else, but you're here, and I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You guys are supporting my channel. Thank you so much. You guys don't even know how much I appreciate this. Hit the like button. It's free. Okay. There is nothing, no sidebars. They just took a break here. Now, I want to talk about something that was said. So Armand Wiggins was also at this hearing, right? And he gave such an interesting perspective that I even had to take a timestamp of that. I don't know if you guys watch Armand Wiggins, but I really like Armand Wiggins, the way in which he broke what he was at the court hearing there. And I think it was 35 or 30 minutes in where he talked about the fact that, like, guys, his kids were there, they're watching, they're hearing about all these freak offs and everything that's happening. I'm just saying, I have a lot of questions about this. I do. And also note, there were new filings that happened last night. These lawyers are working overnight. So last night, there was a, let me see if I can pull those filings before we go to Armand. Okay. The news organization, this is the news organization. They did a filing. They want to see the Cassie videos. Okay. They want to see the, essentially the freak off tapes. That's what they want to do. This was last night. Okay, this is what we have. We write on behalf of the American broadcasting companies, ABC, the Associated Press, Business Insider, CBS Broadcasting, all these other whatever. Okay. So hip hop mogul Sean Combs is among the most prominent men in entertainment to be accused of sexual misconduct since the start of the Me Too movement. And the charges against him, sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution, are of the utmost gravity. Okay. During the court conference of April 25th, 2025, the government explained that the parties expect to have some sealed exhibits. Okay. Some of which involve sound. And they're working their way around to figure out how to, like, basically have the jury wear headphones so that they can listen to what is going on. Okay. So the accusations of Mr. Combs, and I'm only skim reading this, are a matter of intense and legitimate public interest. Mr. Combs is one of the most successful musical artists in recent decades, having earned 3 Grammys and topped the single charts 5 times over. More recently, he has achieved renowned for clothing line and alcohol brands and other business ventures. Yet in the past year, he's been accused of SA and abuse for more than 120 individuals. Where are those 120 individuals? That's what we want to know. Where are they at? What had happened to them? Going back to decades and faces a host of civil lawsuits in this criminal case. The government contends that from 2004 to 2024, Mr. Combs forced women to participate in performances. Okay. News outlets around the world have been closely following the case since the investigation became public in March 2024, especially since the arrest in September of 2024. So they're asking basically in this letter that they want things to be unsealed so that they can be viewed for the public or for the media. The news organization recognizes that the videos are sensitive and some or all the alleged victims or other participants in the freak-offs may have meaningful privacy interests. But given the central role that the videos may play in the determination of Mr. Combs' guilt or innocence in this case, those privacy interests cannot be overcome by the public's powerful First Amendment interest in monitoring the judicial process. They're basically saying this is the First Amendment. This is the First Amendment. That's what they're saying. So then Douglas Wigdor yesterday, Cassie's attorney, he said, no, we're filing a letter, which I read that letter here with everybody for those that did not watch it. And basically, Douglas Wigdor is saying this is basically what Diddy was trying to do to Cassie. Only now, we're doing it with the news media. The news media is basically saying this is First Amendment and everything. Guys, this is freak off tapes. Agnifilo calls it pornography because they're not even dressed. So I want everybody to think about it. Like, if you were Cassie or if you were a Jane Doe, and by the way, for the record, let me say this. We don't know of any underage people in those videotapes. Okay. When this news broke, we were told that there were underage folks in the tapes. We don't know that. We were also told that there were celebrities in this tape. Now, there might have been, they could have settled out of court. We don't know. Some of that will never be public. But guys, we have to understand that some of this stuff is probably not going to be public to us. But if you were a Jane Doe or a Cassie, they already got Cassie in that CNN video being dragged outside of that hallway and all that other stuff. How would you feel about a video where you're, participating, whether consensual or not, whether you're participating in an FO? How would you feel about a video like that being put out there of you? That's what I want. That is the question. That is the question. Oh my God, thank you so much for the $2, my love. New subby here. Thanks for what you're doing. Oh my God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for this. I appreciate it. Thank you. You would be mortified. Even if you would consented or didn't consent to the engagement of whatever you were doing in that tape. How would you feel if they were released? How would you feel? See, that's what I want to know. Where are all the minors? In the indictment, it didn't say minors. Let's be very clear, though. Okay, you got to show me where it says minors, because we read that indictment. It didn't say minors. What it did say is that there were free cuffs and there was baby oil and drugs and all kinds of stuff. There was defaced arms, weapons, and stuff like that. That's what we know. But it never said minors. Let me tell you who said minors. A lot of civil lawsuits said minors. So that is the difference. Okay. The indictment, if it had minors, Diddy would be facing a whole different situation here, guys. Diddy would be facing a whole different monster. This would not be what we're talking about now. So here's my question, and I have to wonder, okay? If you are in that situation, how would you feel? But also, let's take it back a little bit. I haven't heard of a celebrity be in this tape other than Cassie. That's it. That's the only celebrity. Okay. I also haven't heard of any minors being on these tapes. So where are the minors? And if there's minors, there should be a whole different charge. And for the record, Courtney Burgess, who said that he had Diddy tapes, he said he had thumb drives, Diddy tapes, all kinds of things, and they had minors. Boy, he's quiet now that he's being sued, right? Even the people were asking him, how could you sit on videos with minors? How does that work? It's weird. There's obviously no minors. Thank you, Crispy Treat. I haven't seen you in a minute, my love. There's no minors. Otherwise, he'd be having a PETA. That's right. So I just don't want us to get confused. Like, we don't have to lie about Diddy. I've said this before. I don't like Diddy, but I'm not going to lie on a person. We don't need to do that. No. Diddy's going to face the consequences that he's going to face. Okay. Hold up. Now, let me see if there's any sidebars, just an update before we get into other videos and stuff like that. What do you guys think so far about Cassie's testimony? Let me do a little poll. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. I would appreciate it. I wasn't expecting this many people here today. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. How are you feeling how do you feel? Maybe that's the best way to answer or ask that question. How do you feel about Cassie's testimony or testifying? She did great, but I have questions. She is being dishonest, okay? Because I know some of you guys are going to say she's being dishonest, so I'm going to let you guys have that. Go vote, and while you're voting, let me see where we're at on the likes. All right, okay. We have 800 likes. Can we please get to like 1,000 likes? I would appreciate it, please, and thank you. Let's get to the 1,000 likes. I would appreciate everybody here to hit the like button, please, and thank you. All right, thank you. The burden, maybe those will be done in the civil court. The burden of proof is different. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, they are Sassy Savage. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the heads up, man. Honestly, thank you. Ooh, oh my God. What about Usher? You guys, I did not expect Christina Quorum's name to be named by Cassie. I didn't expect that. Like I am surprised. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not expect Christina Quorum's name, but I wow. So go figure why she's like in hiding. Maybe she took a little plea. Maybe she said no. Mm-mm. I know, right? The response seems short. Would like jury to hear more details, says California girl. Cassie's a Wonder Woman. Some people don't feel the same way. Some people feel like she's not being honest. And you know, everybody's entitled to everybody's opinion. You know what I mean? You guys are entitled to that. Okay, we have 108 votes. Please hit the like button, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. Do you have something to say? She's dancing. KK name just came right off. Yes, it did. All right. They are streaming right outside the courtroom. Let's see what everybody's doing. Everybody's coming out. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like, please, and thank you. I want to see what the media is outside, though. Like, what are the bloggers saying? Okay, TMZ is reporting Diddy prosecutors want freak off videos played in court. I mean, I thought it was just for the jury. This is becoming very intense. Oh my God. Here it is. We're looking more. Guys, what I'm nervous for Cassie at cross-examination. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really nervous because I have a feeling that they're gonna go in. They are. I think Cassie's gonna take all day today. I have a feeling that they're gonna go in.
2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007. Shortly after the trip to Miami, another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship, Combs' arms wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him, she said. We were just having a good time. It was really fun.
What was the most, this is a good question. Bridget says, what was the most explosive thing today? What do you guys think that was? In your opinion, what was the most explosive thing today from this whole thing? Let me know. Honestly, I think what was explosive would the KK part. Okay. You don't know if you'll be out. Some people are going to get mad at the defense, but the defense is going to do what the defense does, guys. They're going to go in there. Guys, unfortunately, if you've ever been a victim, you know, like this is what happens when you go public. This is what happens. They need to allow cameras in the courtroom. This is not fair, says Mark. KK was explosive. I'm not gonna, and the other one too, the other security guy, which we have his name somewhere over here. KK was explosive. The mention of KK was explosive. I'll say that. I was not expecting that at all whatsoever. You said there was an adult star named Cassie as well. She looked like Cassie Ventura, if you know what I mean. What do you mean? Don't worry, Cassie will get a good reputation by them badgering the victim honestly. Why do you say that? Because I know some of y'all are like for Cassie and not for Cassie. I get it. But come on now. KK, okay, I marked that down. Thank you. Yeah, Bridget, KK was like the thing that surprised me. I think Cassie was honest. She said she was jealous. She said that there was a point that she thought if she was in a monogamous relationship, you know. But I also think that, at least from what it sounds like, she's 19. She's inexperienced. She doesn't know. I remember, I don't know about you guys, if you guys can relate, getting yourselves into relationships or situations where you just don't know. You know, they're not safe people. They're not good people. That happened. I mean, that does happen. Absolutely. Oh, there's Janice. Is that Janice? Yep.
I want to go heavy right now and ask some hard-hitting questions and really some
Are they leaving?
graphic-natured questions to Cassie. They want to ease her into this process. Remember, she is nervous right now. She is on the stand. She's pregnant with her third child, and let's face it, it's very awkward at this moment for her to talk about this sexual nature.
Oh my God.
Also, it could be embarrassing for her as well. If she's a very private person, having this all out there, of course, is now troubling for her. But again, let's talk about the dialing back, not just to ease her into this, but really give the jury a sense of who she is as a person. They want to paint her as not someone who was in the swinger lifestyle before she met Diddy. They want to paint her as someone who entered into a swinger lifestyle when she became comfortable with Diddy and was in a relationship with Diddy. And they're also talking about how she felt pressured that if she didn't go into this swinger lifestyle with Diddy, that it would be detrimental to not only her career, but maybe detrimental to her physical well-being, talking about how there's physical violence in the relationship, mental abuse as well. So this is all being very, very carefully calculated by the prosecution to set this up. Remember.
Oh my God. Mars says we're entitled to know what is going on. We the people. That's right. We need to get in there. So for those that are asking who was that, that was Diddy's mom and his children that were coming out of the courtroom, I believe, for lunch. Janice, she got out of there. The kids follow. I mean, they're adults. Okay. Some of those have lawsuits as we speak, with allegations as well. I don't understand. Okay. Now, somebody said in the comments, I'm looking at the comments over here, and they're saying, okay, Diddy is a horrible person. We get that. But is this really a RICO case? That is the basis of this. Is this a RICO case? Okay. That's the question. Diddy can have all kinds of different, lifestyles. That could be the thing. That it is what it is. But is this a RICO case or a DV case, or what kind of case this is? That is the question. TMC has put out the photo of Cassie partying out together, a Shady Rabbit. Really, I have to check it out. Oh my God. Hold up, y'all. Let's see.
After that trip, at the time, Ventura thought they might be in a monogamous relationship. I can't say naive enough, Ventura said, describing her mindset.
Give me 1 second, guys.
At the time here. Just waiting more key details here on Live Now from Fox. Again, you are with us here worldwide on Live Now from Fox.
Wow.
Again, everyone, viewer discretion advised during this very sexually charged graphic nature. So what I'm going to do is just put this on the screen here for you, just in case if you're just maybe joining us, some of the content here that is described in open court can be, very sexually charged, and viewer discretion is advised.
Keep that in mind. Take care of you. Let me see what other bloggers. I'm going to see.
All right, let's wait for more of these updates here on Live Now from Fox as they're coming in.
Now.
Cassie is on the stand. Again, it is the star witness for the prosecution.
This is getting intense. Hold up. I'm going to go to Armand real
Once again, folks, we are awaiting more key information. Cassie on the stand. I am your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us worldwide, continuing to bring you these key details of the government's star witness on the stand right now. And we are awaiting this more updates from inside of the court. But I just want to give you some of the latest information that we are getting from our team of reporters that are inside of the courtroom. So let's just recap here. So Cassie Ventura is still on the stand right now, taking direct questions.
Okay, they're not. This is late.
So they pretty much was setting up the scene to say that Diddy was in there whooping her in that hotel room, and the guy ended up having to come in. The guy also said that Diddy was so turned up because one of the guys, he felt like one of the other co-workers, Diddy thought had a camera in his face, and Diddy was trying to turn up on him, and the guy said he's like strong-armed Diddy to back up. Right? So then they played the video, all different variations. Stopped the video, played all the way through, started and stopped it. Watch Cassie get kicked, punched, smacked, grabbed.
He was in the courtroom.
Mind you, the kids is in.
Armand was in the courtroom, by the way. Shout out to Armand Wiggins. Make sure you guys check out his channel. This video literally got over 100,000 views in 17 hours. Let me hit that like button. Shout out to Armand. So he describes everything to the T that would happen in the courtroom. And the way he describes it is like, oh my God.
In there. The daughters is in there. At first, they was trying not to watch it. They was acting like they didn't. I seen them. They was all looking forward, like, all right, we're not gonna watch this. But then I seen them looking over, and I'm just over here feeling for them because I'm like, they really have to watch their daddy punch and kick and step on this woman.
Diddy's daughters were in the courtroom and had to watch the video, and they try not to watch it, but they were there. I'm sorry. I know. Listen, you could say a lot of things about Diddy, like I said, but I'm going to tell you, I do feel some type of way about the fact that his kids are watching this and they're witnessing this. It's tough to see that.
The sons is watching too. The whole family in there, the kids is watching that. And then them prosecutors, they didn't give a shit. They slowed it down. They stopped it. They brought it back. They slowed it down again. Then they went step by step, every step. What's happening here? Look at this. What's happening? I mean, they wanted the jury to feel every blow, every kick, every punch, every sock. I'm over here like, this is a lot. This was a lot. This was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. But then we got to the cross-examination. Because at that point, I was like, oh my God, Diddy is done. But oh no. In that ninth inning, let me tell you this. If you ain't heard nothing else from me, that Brian motherfucking Steele, that Brian motherfucking Steele ain't no hoe. Baby, that Brian Steele in that cross-examination, Brian Steele ain't nothing to play with. Brian Steele is nothing to play with. Diddy has a dream team.
Okay, somebody said in the chat, and I think that this is a very important point. That's not what this is about, right? Like, let's be very clear. A RICO is not about Diddy getting physical with Cassie, right? That's not what this case is about. But I'm going to say, as a, maybe it's, you know, as a woman, as a mom, a social worker, like, this is huge. You know what I mean? Give me 1 sec as I play this, y'all. This is crazy.
Team of lawyers. And I'm going to tell you this right now in front of 7,000 people. This is not a knockout drag out. This is not a KO for Diddy. Diddy has a fighting chance. But I also will tell you this. Them white women are in there. They battling. They in there battling. This is going to be a close call. That Brian Steele got on that stage and cross-examined that security guard. He said, so you're the security guard, right? He said, I want to pull up your incident report. And so, like, when you do an incident, right, just follow me. Everything, you know, you want to be, because you're the manager. So you want to have everything thorough. You want to have everything thorough, and you want to know what's going on because you have to report it back to your team so your team knows what's going on, and we know something happened that day. And the guy was like, yeah, absolutely, 100%. He said, okay. He said, so you said that Cassie had a blue eye, a black eye, or a purple eye. That wasn't in your report. Why was that not in your report? The guy was like, I don't remember the details. I didn't remember.
That's everything that we said, guys. Why wasn't certain details in this Israel Flores, who's now an LAPD officer, why weren't certain details in his report? Like, I'm sorry. I personally do feel some type of way about this. Again, shout out to Armand. Make sure you guys are showing love and support to Armand because he's out there too, as well as Inner City Press. There's a lot of creators that are out there, but I really like the way in which Armand just kind of like broke this down and kind of explained this. Right, because some of us, like, yo, I'm a master's level social worker. I worked in government for 10 years. If you don't document it, it didn't happen. If you don't document it, you can be reprimanded. If you don't document it, it's like 101, right? But at the same time, this is a security person who's now in law enforcement. This was 2016. A lot of things didn't get included in his report, but now we're having to basically, basically believe everything that he says. And like somebody said in the chat, and I 1000% agree with this, you guys, this right here, he's not being charged for the CNN footage. He's not being charged for beating Cassie. This is a RICO case. So this is why I do wonder, all right, is this a RICO case or a DV case, a really intense DV case? Like, what is this exactly? Is Diddy a horrible person? Absolutely. I mean, no doubt about it. Okay. The defense even recognizes that. But is he being charged for a crime that, the actual crime for a RICO? Is that appropriate? We have to kind of wonder different sides to this. Okay.
He was like, you didn't remember it then, but you remember it almost 9 years later? Because this incident happened in 2016. So you remember it 10 years later, but you don't remember it then? He said, okay. He said, you told Diddy that you were going to call the police, and there was a woman in distress, and you were thinking about calling the police. That isn't in your report. So was it that serious? He was like, well, sir, you're just trying to make it seem like the guy was getting flushed. He was getting irritated. He was like, I didn't feel like I had to say all that. He said, you said when you walked in the house, there was another guy in the house. He said, yeah, there was. He said, I'm reading your report. That wasn't in your report. So everything you're saying today, he hit her, he did this, he did that, that wasn't in your report.
Exactly.
Then he said, so you put your hand on Diddy, you strong armed Diddy, right? The guy was like, yeah, I kind of put my elbow on him and strong armed him and pushed him back. Brian Steele read the incident report, and the incident report said he grabbed Diddy's hand. He said, well, you having to strong arm him and all of that and use force against him, that's not in your report.
It's not.
It said you grabbed him by the hand. That man was like, well, I did like this, and then I grabbed him by the hand. Then I had to hold him like this. He was like, you just want to make it. He was like, well, I know. He said, no, I'm just saying. You had to make the incident report, but none of the stuff you're talking about today is in the incident report.
Exactly.
So
yeah, I side-eye the, what's his name? Israel Flores, now LAPD officer. I side-eye him. I also side-eye the worker, the escort worker who was only supposed to do escort services. Then he's doing S work. And then in addition to that, it turns out that he actually knows Cassie. So that there was a relationship there, or might have, that he probably would have dated. Like, to me, I'm like, I don't know. This isn't like somebody that was just hired off of a list or anything like that. This is somebody who sustained a relationship, who saw a lot. Now, I think that there's something to be said there about that. We kept saying the younger girls don't need to be there, and the mom is already old to endure this. You're talking about Queen, you're talking about Janice. Why are his kids there? That's what I want to know. At least, like, do they all need to be there? I don't know. Like, I know his family's there. They're there to support, but if they're going to be showing this kind of evidence, I don't know, man. It's like, if that's my dad, I would have a hard time with that. I'm gonna be honest with you. Was the other guy in the room the stripper? I was wondering if that's how they tied two first witnesses together. Well, there was a guy in the room that this is a security guy. This is what he said. We don't know what he was. He was dressed in black. We don't know anything about the other guy at all. So there's that. And I think that's something to kind of keep in mind. And I really like Armand's breakdown of this because he kind of like gives you the perspective of how things are going.
You saying that it wasn't that serious or you forgot, but why do you all of a sudden remember everything now, but none of this was in the incident report, but you was just so concerned? You got all that smoke now at the day of trial on the testimony stand.
Oh my God. Emily D. Baker is like heavy deep. I wonder if Emily D. Baker, because she's heavy on the Karen Reed right now, but I do wonder if she's planning to cover this because this would be an interesting. I would like to hear her take because she was a prosecutor and a DA before. I do wonder what Emily D. Baker would say about this. Oh my God. I know she's busy and she probably won't tear herself from the Karen Reed case because that case is intense in itself. But yeah.
But none of this is in your incident report. Then he said, you said that Cassie told you that she just wanted to go home, but Diddy won't let her go home. He said, read line number 8. And line number 8 read something like, Diddy told Cassie to just leave and go home. He said, now that wasn't in your incident report.
Right there, it sounds like he wasn't trying to kidnap her. But then the DA plays the video of Diddy dragging her back, not letting her go when she's trying to leave. So there is a level of like kidnapping to a certain degree there. Like you can interpret it in different ways. The wig, Baby Bunny is playing with the wig. The robe is still on. But yeah, when Cassie started testifying, I had something to I got hot. So I'm like, let me take this off. I mean, it just got too intense. So I needed to take off the robe for a little bit. It's still here. Yeah. Emily D. Baker is knee deep on that other case right now. So there's that. But I do have to wonder, I mean, what do you guys think about this whole situation? Where do you guys land? And please hit the like button, please. And thank you. Can we get to 1,000 likes? I would really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, everybody has something to say about this whole situation, guys. And I guess we will find out as things are developing. But I want to know about what is going on with victim 4. Okay. Victim 3, I don't know what is up, but there was filings on victim 4. See if I can show you guys. Victim 4, I have the filings here. See if we can pull it up real quick because there is some concerns about victim 4. And I noticed this last night. So they want to keep victim 4 as victim 4 or a pseudonym or something like that, just so people are aware. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Listen, I'm working overtime to make sure that I provide everything, court documents and everything, and we're reporting on everything, right? So last night I did a video. Make sure you guys go watch it, put a like on it, okay? This is another document that dropped last night. And Inner City Press even said, I can't even sleep. It's like freaking 10, 11 p.m. at night. And we're already like the pacer is hitting documents. They're filing documents for today, for the morning. They're not addressing everything right now, but they will at some point, I'm sure. Literally, this is getting kind of heated right now at this point. So the government respectfully writes in response to the court April 22nd, 2025 order seeking additional info regarding the risk of harm to victim 4, where she to testify under her own name. Those harms, which are detailed in the declaration from her own counsel attached here to Exhibit A. So victim 4 wants to be under a pseudonym. There's a risk. She feels like there's a risk, including psychological, emotional, and professional harm. of publicity, publicly talking about this and everything, and people knowing who she is. She also fears harassment. So this was filed last night, okay, by the government, and then they attached her lawyer's letter to it as well. Okay, we don't know who victim 4 is, but this is the letter. It's the exhibit, and this is the attorney. Give me 1 sec, y'all. All right, guys, I gotta run and get Baby Bunny a snack and her things. So give me 1 second. I'm leaving the letter up. Well, hold up. I'm not going to do that. Let me leave a video playing real quick while I get this stuff from the fridge. And then Baby Bunny's. Give me 1 sec, y'all. Diddy Trial. Let me do this real quick because I do need to step out for a little bit. While we get this situated. Now, we're here. Give me a second. Hold up.
And I was over here like, oh my God. Oh, no. Then he said, he tried it with this one. He said, you and your manager told Diddy, he said Diddy had on, what did Diddy have on? He said Diddy had on a towel. And you said checkout was coming, right? He said, yeah. He said, and you told Diddy that he had to pay for everything that he damaged, right? Because it was a lot of damages in the hotel. He was like, yeah, I did tell him that. He did have to pay. He said, and then when Diddy opened the door to you and handed you some money, because he had no clothes on, he had no wallet, he had nothing, you thought he was bribing you? The guy was like, we don't take cash. He was like, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying. Maybe he was going to pay you in cash. Like, Brian Steele was pulling nothing out of something. He was pulling. You thought he was bribing you? You guys just told him he had to pay for everything. So when you came to the door, he had the money for you. Don't seem like bribery to me. Where did you get bribery? Because, again, that wasn't in your incident report, that he offered you some money. And you felt like he was bribing you. That wasn't in your incident report. So I'm over here like, whoo. And then I see Justin and King, they're over there like, yes. They laughing out. Because at first, when the prosecution was going, they was looking down a little bit, looking a little defeated. But they was laughing like, yeah, get that nigga, get that nigga, get him. And Diddy over there like, we got that Brian Steele on him. And the kids, you could see them perking up like, yeah, get that nigga. Like they over there laughing to each other. They over there doing that thing like, yeah. And you know, immediately, as soon as I'm like, ooh, this is getting good. So then Brian Steele goes and sits down. But them white women ain't playing fair. Let me tell you what them white women did. She was a cold one for this. She said, oh, no. Whatever the lady's name is, we just gonna say Sarah. Sarah? White lady come up, because she wasn't gonna leave it on that, because Brian Steele cooked their witness. Cooked that witness, broke him down. That witness, he was over it. He was getting flustered. He was getting mad. Cooked that witness.
My goodness.
So the white lady gets up. We're not done. Sarah, can you put that video back up in the hallway? Now, I see that the defense says that Cassie was free to go. Sarah, can you go to the 1 minute mark and just let it play through? Ask me what played through. This was cut.
Him grabbing her.
Ask me what played through.
At him dragging
at that
her.
mark, what played through was Cassie walking to the elevator, Diddy coming outside from the back, if you saw the video, dragging her knocking her down, stepping on her, and dragging her back to the room. Then the white lady said, does that look like he was telling her to go home? You know what? Let's play that one more time from the beginning.
God. That, my friends, that is how the defense fought Brian Steele yesterday, if you know what I mean. You said, somebody said in the chat, hold on, Kathy T said, if there is really 120 victims, that's a RICO case. Yeah, but civil. It was only, listen, let me tell you guys something. I'm gonna be honest with you. The Busbys, the Tyrone Blackburns, the Ariel Mitchell kids, these attorneys, in my opinion, in my humble, non-lawyer opinion, regular schmegular person, blogger, YouTuber opinion, which is whatever that means, and however much you guys value that. Honestly, because this is just my opinion. Personally, I think that those are all civil lawyers / social media clout chasing lawyers. Does that make sense? Like Armand confronted Tyrone Blackburn and basically said, listen, how do you feel about people saying that, you're clout chasing? Tyrone Blackburn, he gives this little response, which is like basically nothing. Guys, Tyrone Blackburn just got a case, which I don't know. He needs to do something about it because it got dismissed and needs to be dismissed, or it was about to get dismissed, guys. You need to go file something. You over here at the Diddy trial, aren't you representing Rodney Jones and they were looking for you? You couldn't service people. This is what I'm talking about. These are lawyers that, in my opinion, the Busbys, all these lawyers are looking for a social media opportunity in addition to fighting their cases. Okay. And doing absolutely what for their clients? That's what I want to know. What do they do for their clients? So when people hear, like Kathy T said, if there's really 120 victims, that's really a RICO case. No, Busby came forward and he did a whole press conference with a 1-800 number. If you've been a victim, if you've done X, Y, and Z, okay, you call this number. 120 and nothing came out other than, I think, 50 out of that. And people said that they were minors. Were they really minors? What happened to that? How are those not in the federal case? Thank you. Blackburn led the fight for Tiny and T.I. He was representing 30 plus victims, okay? What happened there? What happened to those victims? What happened to all those people? So I have a lot of questions about that. I really, really do. Let's see. Blackburn has his client Sabrina owing Tiny and T.I. money now. That's right. If there are minors and the Fed surely would have charged Diddy with that. Exactly. If there was minors Fed, people would have been charged. We just talked about that. If you know what I mean. Let's see. Hold up. What else are you guys saying? In the rest of the video, he retrieved his bag with his clothes, which is why he was in a towel. Well, I don't know. I don't care that he was in a towel, but if he's doing something to me, you better believe like that would be my chance to get out. So we don't know exactly what would have been done then and there. I'm not taking away from Cassie because I do think that Cassie is a victim. We saw her get her ass dragged in that video. You're not going to convince me otherwise. But personally, I don't know if this is a RICO case, if that makes sense. But we'll see. We'll see what else happens. We'll see. Let's see. I do believe that there are real victims. But also think high-profile cases like this brings out mentally unstable people with wild stories. That's a good part. That's a good point, too. Good point. He groomed her straight up. She was a child, too, man. She was 19 years old, guys. So I do wonder how she's going to do on cross. Honestly, I'm a little nervous, but I do wonder. Right, the video was clear, but I feel the defense will flip it. I think they already have. They kind of let us know that it's DV to a certain degree. Yes, please hit the like button, please, and thank you. And like I said, I don't think Diddy is a victim or he's innocent whatsoever. But if we're going to charge somebody, make sure that it's the right charge. At this point where I'm standing from, I'm trying to figure out if this is a RICO or not. That's kind of where we're at. The state has to prove its case. And by the way, 2 times, Diddy's been in trouble. What? City College was one. Then you had the New York nightclub shooting. He really should have been gone down for that one. And that didn't happen. You know? That didn't happen. Defense already said the video was altered, not that it makes it any better. And finding out yesterday that the video was actually a video of like the guy recorded it from his iPhone. So it's a recording of the video. That's crazy. This is where I'm at, Bridget, but that doesn't mean that this guy is a good guy. It doesn't change my opinion on Diddy. I don't think Diddy's a good guy. I don't think that there's anything. I also personally think that there's people behind Diddy that, are doing their best to, not get caught up on things, if that makes sense. That's just my thought. You said facts. That's all I want to see is for the charges to make sense. No one should be convicted of things they didn't do, but for things they did do. That's right. That's where I'm at. Now, are there victims? Yes, there are. But guys, being a victim, this is part of the judicial part. Cassie knew that at some point she would have to testify. Cassie has been through this, and I'm hoping she's pregnant too. Keep that in mind. Hoping that she's getting a lot of love and self-care and therapy and everything, and that she has a safe, healthy pregnancy, because this is all over the place, right? But we have to be realistic of what is happening too, right? She has to testify. She knew this was coming. Okay. And I think she's going to be okay. This is, she'll have to address this as things are happening, but this is what victims go through. Okay. That's the reality of it. And we want a fair trial. Thank you. No loopholes. We want a fair trial. And a lot of people paid to get out of this. Rabbit, are they trying to prove the network of people it took to conspire with this deviance? That's what I'm lost. How is it that it's a RICO and it's only Diddy right now? Where's Christina Courtroom? She just got mentioned today. Okay, you don't get to be 10 years the right hand of Diddy. What the fuck? Like, where's she at? And I'm cussing now. That's it. The clause is that they don't have to pay him if he has a felony. They sent their investors to dig up dirt. That's right. That's right. You said, y'all keep saying that she's pregnant. The prosecutor knew that. Yeah, the prosecutor knew that. So I don't get the logic. Obviously, the prosecution, no, they don't care. What did Armand just say? They're going through the whole thing. They're showing the video of Cassie getting dragged. They need to do their case. They don't care. The prosecution is not for victims. Okay, please note that. Yes, they have victim services, but they're not there for victims. Okay, they're there for the people. That's who they're there for. The best interests of whatever they're serving, whatever they're leading. The prosecution does not give a shit about victims. They never have. That's the reality of it. Okay, even though they say, well, we're here to fight for victims. No, they're not. They're prosecution. They're not there. You don't understand the judicial system if you truly believe that. No, that's why they got to hire social workers and victims advocates to do that. And even then, they don't even know how to do their job, if you know what I mean. Let's see. A courtroom stretch shows Combs making a heart gesture to a family member right in a trial. Oh, he's been caught doing this. And yes, you're right, King Divine. Most of Diddy's lawsuits are being thrown out because the lawyers that took a lot of these lawsuits are shitty lawyers. That's the reality of it. They're shitty lawyers doing shitty work, not doing due diligence, not investigating their own clients and the allegations, not sitting there when they need to. They're shitty ass lawyers. That's what they are. You're absolutely right. See, here's my deal, guys. We don't have to agree whether we believe Cassie or don't. We just have to agree on what are the facts. Do they have a case, right? That's it. But let's be very real, guys, okay? Something that people need to understand. Had Diddy just settled this lawsuit with Cassie, the one in 2023, the one that took them like 24 hours? Thank you, Franny Law. Bloomin' all red too. Thank you. Had Diddy just settled this lawsuit, I don't think Diddy would be facing a RICO right now. I'll be honest with you. I don't think Diddy would be facing a RICO right now. Had Diddy settled that lawsuit, had it not become public, it makes you wonder. Now, of course, the feds are going to investigate what they investigate. That could also be an issue. But I don't know if there would be a RICO as we speak right now. Had Diddy just settled that lawsuit and not let it become public, just so people are aware. And also, what does that tell you about other people that have settled that have not been able to come forward because of a settlement? Keep that in mind. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yes, I completely agree with you. I also believe Cassie. I definitely believe Cassie. Here's the deal, is I don't kink shame. I don't, whatever y'all into, shout out to y'all, whatever y'all do. As long as you're consenting and there's no children, who the hell cares? I don't care. I don't care that Diddy likes men, women. I don't care that he likes to watch. So as long as everybody's consenting, that's all that matters, right? At the end of the day. You said it's starting to feel like the R. Kelly case in some ways. Very similar. Very similar. There are people out there that believe that R. Kelly was wrongfully convicted. I don't think so, personally. But I also think that the parents, unpopular opinion, I think the parents played a part in the R. Kelly situation. I think the parents, even though they want to play like we didn't know and he promises this and he promises that. No. Who gives up their daughters? Who gives up their daughters? I know that's harsh, but I'm being honest with you. And this is coming from a social work perspective. Who gives up their daughters? I don't get it. Not to a fucking R. Kelly. I don't care. Then they want to come out here on social media. They play victim. They really, and maybe to a certain degree they were, up until they weren't. Up until they knew what was up. Okay? Up until they couldn't have contact with their kids. That's my thought. That's my opinion. My opinion, but y'all are entitled to yours. Yes. Thank you. Exactly. But those parents they should have been charged. Honestly, that's just my opinion. Y'all should have been held accountable. I'm sorry. Yeah. Do you think Cassie brings this all out? Is possible to open the door for further investigation into Diddy? And that's where the RICO case comes from? I don't know. I think that it's all or nothing right now. Now, I know that people say, see, and no way. In Mexico, there was a case. Some of you guys may know it. Y'all, I'm Mexican, okay? Gloria Trevi and Sergio Andrade. Let me know if you know who Gloria Trevi is. They had a whole clan. And the parents were sending their minor children to Gloria Trevi and Sergio Andrade. Now, of course, they're victims, but their parents are also responsible for the things that were happening to them, okay? You can't tell me that the parents didn't know. Gloria Trevi and Sergio Andrade ran a sex clan, okay? Kind of like Nexium, similar to that, promising them careers and everything. And the parents didn't get charged, but they should have been. This is similar to R. Kelly, y'all. In the Mexican media, Hollywoodish entertainment industry, it happens. It happens in Hollywood. It happens everywhere. And that's my opinion. I'm like, yeah, okay. At some point, you knew what was up until you didn't, right? Or something happened, okay? You never heard about that case? Oh, yes, we've done breakdowns. As a matter of fact, they have a court coming up, a civil trial coming up on that. If the government loses, SDYN's reputation is ruined. Eric Adams. I've talked about this already, y'all, when BJ was up here. Eric Adams, city run the Diddy, city get the... What happened to Eric Adams? Boy, he really switched up, didn't he? He was so pro this and pro that. And then, oh shit, I'm going to jail. I better be not pro this and not pro that and pro this and the other. What happened to Eric Adams? He switched up, right? This is another one. He does. This is New York. And by the way, it also, and I said this before, the prosecutor who brought forward these cases is gone. Where's he at? Where's he at? The one that was charging Diddy, the one that was charging Eric Adams. Where's he at? What happened to him? Something happened to made him step away. That's just my opinion. You said, Yanni says, Rabbit, please use AI to ask what the prosecution has to prove in a RICO case. It's enlightening, might help us understand what is happening in court. You know what? Do I have to ask AI? Let's see. What? That's a good question. Thank you so much, Johnny, for the $5. What does a prosecutor, there's elements, prosecutor have to prove for a RICO case? Here it is. To successfully prosecute a racketeering influence and corruption organization, a RICO Act, a prosecutor must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant participated in or was associated with an enterprise. That's one. And they established that in their argument in their little indictment page. Number two, engage in a pattern of racketeering and activity. Number three, and the enterprise affects the interstate or foreign commerce. Money. Money, 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 money. They back in court? All right. Guys, I do have to head out around, I got an hour and 30 minutes of this, and then I have to head out because I got to go I got to pick up my other child. Y'all know. And then we'll do a recap of this, hopefully tonight if I'm available. But you guys make sure you continue to support the channel. I appreciate it. Okay. Hold up. See if they're back. I zoomed into this and I can't even read. Some tip. Yes, they're back. All right, everybody, gather around. Gather around. Yanni, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Guys, continue to support the channel. Hit the like button. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get it together. Now, hold up. Before we get started, let me do one thing because I got to get something to drink. My throat is getting dry. Give me 1 sec. All right, guys, and we are back. Hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. Please and thank you. Welcome to everybody. I got my water. I got another drink. We got a lot of reading to do. Easter cup. Y'all see that? Little rabbits. Okay. Get it together. And let me see if I can get my other tabs going too. So we have some updates as well. Where did my other tabs go? Here it is. Okay. Welcome, everybody. Keep it cute in the chat. It's okay if it's too triggering for you to be here. We will not be offended if you have to step out. Guys, keep it cute. That's all I ask. We don't have to agree on the opinions. Just keep it cute. That's it. All right. Nope. Thank you. Okay. Oh, People is doing updates on this too. Oh my God. Here it is. Okay. All right. 1:16 p.m. They're back. Judge says, welcome back. Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? Okay, here we go. We are starting with the questioning of Cassie Ventura. We're still on Cassie Ventura for those that are coming in. Okay. And I'm also bringing up another page here that I need. Okay. Cassie Ventura is back on the stand. Cassie has returned to the stand in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Ventura testified this morning and described Combs as controlling and said some of their arguments would get violent. Okay, so at 1:16, they're back. Judge then welcomes them back. The government begins with their questioning. Who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? Cassie responds, James Cruz. What did he tell you? That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. Okay. How did you make money if your records weren't being released? I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? That I look too Mexican with my hair like that. What? That I look too Mexican with my hair like that. How did he like your nails? White, French tipped. Hair, it varied. I shaved my head in 2009. Your body, he told me to work out, prepare for freak offs. How did you feel about his comments? It varied. Okay. This is where all right, we're up to date. Here we go. Government then asks, what else did Sean pay you for? Cassie responds, cars. Government then asks, did he give you cash? Yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? My self-confidence. Who would take things away? Staff. What? I don't like that. So things would get taken away from her. That's, oh my God. I know he said not too Mexican. Not too Mexican. Oh, God. Who? KK? Was KK taking away things from her? Criminal enterprise? Yes. Isn't that like hosting parties? Isn't that hosting in-calls for prostitution? It's all about control. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Y'all don't even know. Okay. CNN provides an update and says, make myself smaller. Hold up. Let me see. Inner City Press doesn't have anything here. Ventura's manager had one hand tied behind his back, with decisions going through Combs, she says. Cassie Ventura said James Cruz, an employee of Bad Boy, managed her career after she started dating Sean Combs. But she added that decisions ultimately went through Combs. His role in managing my career was that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. She testified at every decision had to go through Combs. Okay, that's what was. Now let me go to the Washington Post as well, because they're doing amazing updates as well. And I like the Washington Post so far. Somebody wrote, the journalist wrote in here, court is back in session and Cassie is back on the witness stand, now with the long coat on. So she's wearing a long coat. The judge asked if she was a bit cold. Ventura nodded. Can't confirm that the courtroom can be quite chilly. Okay, so the journalist here is saying, yeah, the courtroom is cold, so she comes in with like a long robe because it's getting kind of cold in there. The judge said that he would try to do something about the temperature. Okay, so the courtroom is cold. No, and let me just say this: there are people that are sitting in those wooden pew type of seats, listening to everything. I bet it's cold. Okay, Ventura. When the government asks, give me 1 sec, y'all. Sorry, I had to stop. Okay. Here it is. Update. So when she says my self-confidence, government would ask, who would take things away? Staff. Ventura then said, I assume staff. Defense stands up and says objection. Judge then says, jury will disregard that last answer. Okay, so this is interesting. Government then asks, who looked your laptop? Or I think he meant to say, who took your laptop and phone? Ventura then responds, security. Security. Government then asks, how long would they be gone for? Ventura responded, however long I was being punished for. God, they were like treating her as a child, like almost like a freaking. You're kidding me. Okay. So somewhere in here, government asked who would take things away. Ventura responded, staff. Ventura then responded, I assume staff. So either they did or they didn't take her stuff. When she says staff, I'm thinking Christina Cora. Did Christina take her stuff, or is she assuming that they took her stuff? How do we like get through this? I don't really know, but this is a point that needs to be made. Judge then said, when the defense stands up and said objection, jury will disregard the last answer. Okay. No update yet. Who took your laptop and phone? Security. How long would they be gone for? However long I was being punished for. Okay, mind you, she's in her 20s, 21, and she's being punished. Like a child almost. Like what? CNN reports Ventura says if Combs disapproved of her, his staff would take away her belongings. Cassie testified if Sean Diddy Combs disapproved of her, he had his staff take her belongings. I would get my car taken away. I got kicked out of my house, my apartment. I had jewelry taken. It was very random depending on how he felt. Ventura said there were times when Combs personally took her electronics from her, and other times his security personnel did it. She eventually get the items back. It depends how long I was being punished for, I guess. Sean would give them back to me if I would go to his house. My self-worth took a hit. Ventura describes how Combs frequently commented on her appearance. So he was taking away her things. Like, what? My goodness. Hold up. Let's see. Do we have an update? No, we don't. She's 21. I mean, it kind of makes you wonder, though. You know, her family, was she close? Was her family seeing all of this happen? Yeah, like gaslighting, right? You said Mandy Moore says it's no different than the R. Kelly stuff. R. Kelly was punishing them too? Is that what he was doing? I don't know. He knew she was perfect for him. The little girl that would do anything. Dang, it's one thing to let a man dog and disrespect you, but to send others to do it, you'd be down with crazy. It's a lot of stuff. Hold up, y'all. Yeah, I thought R. Kelly was locking them in the room, right? It's crazy. I remember when he made one of them like shaved, dress more masculine, shave their head. Like that was kind of like the thing because he was into that kind of stuff. This is too much, y'all. This is too much. Hold up. We're waiting. Yeah, that's right. She was promising, and they were and R. Kelly's victims were promised singing careers as well. Okay. Keep that in mind. They were promised a lot of things. I don't know, man. Okay. Let's see. Do we have an update? How long would they be gone for? Okay, no, nothing. Let's see what CNN is reporting. Nothing yet. Let me go to Washington Post. We got live. For those that are coming through, guys, thank you so much for hitting that like button. We don't have any updates yet. A lot of what we're talking about is all live tweeting. The journalists are in the courtroom reporting. You got YouTubers out there as well. Shout out to everybody that's reporting on this case. Thank you. Thank you. Hold up. Here it is. We have an update. Government asks, how often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Cassie responds, daily. Who are in these photos? Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher? Who's Miss Fletcher? What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who's this? D-Rock. He was Sean's security. I think Gene Deal was long gone. Wow. By then, when Cassie was in the picture, because I think what Gene Deal was like the early 90s or late 90s. I can't remember. All right. So how often were you in contact with Sean's staff daily? So she was talking to them daily because they were looking for her when she was trying to run away. Who are these in the photo? KK, Christina Coram, and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who's this? D-Rock. He was Sean's security. D-Rock. I don't remember a D-Rock. Who's D-Rock, guys? Does anybody remember a D-Rock? Let me see if I can Google it. D-Rock, Sean Combs. Okay, D-Rock is a prominent figure in the music industry, particularly associated with the Notorious B.I.G. and Bad Boy Records. His career spanned various roles, including management and production. While he's not directly involved in legal proceedings against Sean Combs, D-Rock is mentioned in the context of Combs' relationship with Lil' Kim and the events surrounding the Notorious B.I.G.'s death, as documented in the Life After Death, the movie. Okay. Yeah, he was gone by then. He was gone. Okay, let me see if I can refresh. Nothing. Let me go to CNN real quick. No updates. Let's go to Washington Post. Man, look at the picture that I got to show you guys this picture, okay? But before I show you the picture, I got to read what it says. Cassie Ventura is testifying that her control-obsessed ex-boyfriend, Sean Combs, was intently involved in her appearance throughout the relationship, making comments and demands daily. She said Combs would tell her that I looked too Mexican with my hair like that, and I needed to have my nails done a certain way. Ventura told the jury that she and Combs discussed whether she should get breast implants and that her look during their freak-off sessions was especially important to him. Some days he would want me to be really sexy, be his woman, and other days, she testified. It stops right there. Guys, she is, if this is correct, she's got like a brown little outfit. I don't know if you guys can see that picture. Hold up. Let me put these people down. Okay. Look out, they're making her look very pregnant here, unless this is how pregnant she really is. Okay. And they're saying that Diddy is like staring at Cassie very intently. Okay. Very intently, like he's looking at her and staring at her very intently. Okay, here we have an update. All right, so D-Rock, he was Sean's security. Government asks, how frequently were you in Sean's residence? Cassie responds, all the time. Did they have safes? Yes. What did you observe in them? Cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes. Guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. Ooh, okay. So government is asking, how often were you in, or how frequently were you in Sean's residence? Cassie's saying all the time. Did they have safes? Yes. What did you observe in them? Cash, jewelry, cameras, videotapes, which is probably what they confiscated, guns in New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. So they had all this stuff. They had all this stuff there in their, possession, guys. In safes. I mean, they're in a safe. I guess I have a lot of questions about that. Hold up. That was 9 minutes ago. Let's see what else they're saying on Washington. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. Take a minute and hit the like button. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No updates yet. Oh my goodness, y'all. This is intensifying. It's just getting really intense. I really hope they protect Cassie and her family after all of this. Lady K, you said you read that she's due in June. We were talking about that. Somebody said that she was due like this week. I said, I don't. Like, they would really make her testify? You think Latinos are hot as AF? Ooh wee. Thank you, Luigi. Shout out to Luigi. She looks 9 months pregnant. They said that she is due any day and that they're calling her soon. Maybe they wanted to get her out of the way in case she gives birth anytime soon. I don't know. I don't think Cassie's afraid of this sick frick anymore. She's on fire. Well, shout out to her. Shout out to her for like speaking out. You know what I mean? He's essentially a pimp. That's what it sounds like. It's giving that, right? Thank you guys for being here. Ari Fletcher, Miss Fletcher. That's what it sounds like. Gotcha. Thank you, Lady K. Okay, hold up. Let's see if we got an update yet, y'all. Let's see. We have a update. Government then asks, do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Oh, we're talking about Suge Knight? Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Yes. We were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? I cried and said, don't do something stupid. Oh, I didn't even know those two were like still. Now, what? Suge Knight? What year was this? It clearly was before his incarceration. That's what they said. Y'all, I am speechless. I am speechless because when okay, people said it's getting spotted. This is where I'm like, what? Suge Knight? Let me tell you something, okay? I could be wrong, completely wrong. I've always been wrong. I could always be wrong, okay? But I always had a feeling, that Suge Knight somehow benefited with the death of Tupac, right? And so did Diddy. Like, what would happen if the meetings of the minds came together and plotted that? Okay. That's just my thought. I could be completely wrong. I've been wrong many times, but I always felt like, what if? What if? Okay. No update. See, I was not expecting Suge to be in this card. No, I wasn't. That's right. You thought Diddy was not allowed in court during Cassie's testimony. I thought the same too. That's a good point. There you go. They will always have beef. Well, isn't it called like the mad bitches linking up? Sometimes people link up. Okay. Government says, were you ever handed a gun? Ventura responds, yes. We were going to a nightclub. I think that's what he meant to say. We're going to a nightclub in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, security, and Sean. Little Rodney Jones, this is, I guess, third party, right? Because we don't know, said that Diddy told him that J-Lo took the gun to that nightclub. That's what was said. You said they need to call J-Lo? It's definitely giving a vibe, right? We're going to talk about Biggie, Faith, and Kim next. Well, you never know. You never know what's going to happen here. He did pod catalog increase, so did Biggie. Diddy definitely benefited big time. Okay. Let's see. Wow. So there's the gun incident. And this, by the way, was mentioned in her lawsuit, so people are aware. This was mentioned in that lawsuit, just so people are aware, okay? The one that was settled within 24 hours. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I have a CNN update. That was 14 minutes ago. Do we have a Washington one? Okay. Okay. 3 minutes ago, Cassie Ventura is now being asked about Sean Combs' associates. She mentioned Christina Coram and Tony Fletcher. Not Ari Fletcher, Tony Fletcher, who were trusted Combs' assistants. She is also being asked about members of Combs' security staff. Earlier, Ventura testified that Combs' employees would track her down when she tried to avoid the hip-hop executive. Okay. All right. Let me see what we have here. No update yet. No update yet. No update. You really think Wolf is Justin's real father? Oh my God. Never liked Puffed. I feel like a false dude since Biggie's death. You think he's going to say anything? He did get subpoenaed. He did get subpoenaed. This is bad. You said boy daddy, just look at him. Y'all, let me see. Okay, here we go. We have an update. Another time I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave an SUV. How long were you gone? Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to step out for a minute. Government asks, another time I saw them get, Ventura says, Cassie says, another time I saw them get dressed and grab a gun and leave in an SUV. How long were they gone? 30 to 40 minutes. Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? First 6 months or a year? Okay, so they were in a relationship for what, 10 years? And the first 6 months or a year, voyeurism was mentioned. Isn't there another term for voyeurism? Like, I know he likes to watch, but I feel like there's another term that I'm pretty sure is probably blocked in the chat. But if you guys can like spell it out by spacing it out, there's another term for voyeurism. I feel like it's starts with a C. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Think it. This one. Like, was he into that? Yes, this one. Thank you. I'm like, y'all. All right, we got it. Yep. Thank you. We got it. We got it. I get the scent. Look at even Pika. It's this one, Rabbit. All right. Thank you. My goodness. All right, we got it. Thank you. All right, moving on. Give me 1 second. Y'all made me laugh. I gotta get a refill of my water. Oh my God. I know. Order. Get your shit together, guys. Y'all need to stop. Okay. Yeah, there's another term for voyeurism, which is that, right? Like, I don't know if he was participating or what, but there's another update. Government says, how old were you? 22. Why did you agree to try a freak off? Good question. I wanted to make him happy. Where was the first freak off? One of his homes in Los Angeles. Okay, A2A-227. Who is this? So they're showing evidence because it's all tagged. The first escort, Cassie responds. So it might have been a picture or something. And she says, the first escort. She wanted to make him happy. They'd only been together for like six months. So if she decided not to do a freak off, would that have ended the relationship there? Like, it makes you wonder. A lurker? Thank you. That's another way to put it. Okay, let me see what CNN is saying. CNN is describing, we have some updates from CNN, okay? Ventura recalls Combs' rivalry with Suge Knight. Cassie Ventura testified that Diddy was rivals with former rap mogul Marion Suge Knight. I don't know if you would describe him a rap mogul, but okay. The former Death Row Records co-founder who was sentenced to prison for the death of a man during a hit-and-run incident on the set of a movie Straight Outta Compton. One time, she and Combs had a freak-off at one of his homes in Los Angeles when one of the security guards came in and mentioned that Knight was at a diner close by. They quickly packed up and drove down there. I was crying. I was screaming, don't do anything stupid. I just was really nervous for them. I didn't know what it meant, what they were going to do. This is what was said. Ventura described seeing cash, jewelry, tapes, and guns in Combs' safes. And Sean Diddy Combs had a safe in every one of his homes. She said she would occasionally access them to get money from him or something else. There was always cash and jewelry and sometimes tapes, SD cards from cameras and guns, depending on the safe, she said. Ventura testified that she saw handguns in Combs' residence in New York, Los Angeles, Miami, Alpine, New Jersey. Okay, well, the guy was packed. Okay, that's basically what she's saying. Okay, now let me see if Inner City Press has a update here. Okay, so they show Cassie, I guess a picture, I'm assuming. 2A-627, who is this? The first escort. Do you know his name? No. Government then asks, or says, I'll call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Yes, to dance and to have intercourse with me. What drugs did you take? Ecstasy and alcohol before things started. Okay, so she's giving us. So the first escort, that's okay. We don't have a name, but that's the first escort. So he was paid to dance and to have intercourse with me. What drugs did you take? Ecstasy and alcohol before things started. This is where we're at. Okay. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Thank you, guys. The C word for voyeurism is the name of Kanye West's newest album. Oh God, Kanye West. Of course. I'm sure he's going to say something else about it. Yeah, so because you think it was Adi? You said, I hope it's Adi? We don't know. Yeah, because he said Cassie paid, right? Hold up. Let me see if well, she was responsible for arranging the freak offs, if I'm understanding this correctly. Okay. Government asked, did you disguise your appearance? Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. What was a session in a freak off? Until the escort finished. How many sessions with first escort? At least 2. Oh my God. And then, like, imagine this was lasting like 4 days, y'all. This was lasting 4 days. So she was made to wear like one of those, mask. Okay. That's crazy, man. That's too much. Okay. We have an update. Other items Cassie Ventura says she saw in Sean Combs' safe: cash, jewelry, videotapes, and SD cards. Okay. Oh my God. Oh man, I gotta be careful. Somebody put a Audie's picture there, but I gotta be careful because people do too much on Twitter, and a lot of that is not censored. They should have publicized this trial. I know, right? Like that would have been nice to have it public, but it's federal. They can't. I'm just saying. It would have been nice for it to have been publicized. I really want to see people's faces, but I understand why it wasn't. And I don't blame them whatsoever. Okay? I don't at all. Maybe Audie will follow Cassie's testimony. You never know. Yo, we don't know. Like Audie, I don't know what to make. I feel like they have intentionally tried to hide him, but that's just my opinion. Okay, 3 seconds ago. Government, how did you feel? I was so high, I didn't feel much, dirty and confused, and that he was happy with me. Why did you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he'd shared his part of himself with me. Okay. That's what she says. She didn't want to make him mad, She wanted to please him, I guess. Is it Journey's Angel? Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting my channel. I know, right, Sylvia? To be a fly on the wall. Okay. I would have fell off. Somebody would have spotted me and then blow. I'd have been like, oh man, somebody squashed that fly. That'd have been me too. Listen, can we get little drone flies in there? We would have been there like, what's going on? Being nosy, but we can't be nosy, y'all. We can't be nosy. We're not allowed to. We got to respect people's privacy. She wasn't even allowed to make music or only made music when he wanted to. You know what, California girl? That's a good point. Like it's giving Eyes Wide Shut. When they wore the mask? If you ever watched that Stanley Kubrick film, that, my friends, was because some of those in the plot line of Eyes Wide Shut, some of those models did not consent. Okay? No, they didn't. You said they need to hurry up and start naming the other celebs involved because this is too much so already. What other celebrities do you think are going to... I mean, they've already named a couple. Like, when does Mike Myers come into play? I'm waiting. Watch Mike Myers be... I don't know. Like, what if he's mentioned because he saw something and didn't say shit? You know what I mean? A lot of those celebrities saw something and didn't say anything, y'all. I'm just saying. Okay. Okay, here we go. I didn't want to make him angry. All right. So the government asks, how frequent did the freak-offs become? Weekly for a consistent amount of years. When was your last one? 2017 to 2018. This is what Cassie responds. How long were you awake during the freak-offs? I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy, Molly, and cocaine. Well, I mean, she said that one lasted 4 days. She never slept. You guys, I don't think they're going to cross-examine her today. Watch, she's probably going to get cross-examined tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be today. I have a feeling it's not. Hold up. Let me see if we have an update from CNN. Ventura says she was shocked when Combs first mentioned voyeurism. Prosecutor Emily Johnson turned her questioning back to voyeurism. Cassie said Sean Diddy Combs presented it to her within the first 6 months of the year of them dating as a fantasy he had. He would want to see me with another male having encounters. He also brought up swinging. She said Ventura said she was shocked when Combs first told her about voyeurism. I didn't know how to react. I didn't want to upset him. If I said, somebody's calling me. If I said, I didn't want to upset him. If I've said no, he would get, he would scare me if I didn't let him try something. Hold up. Now let me update because I think we have an update now. Jesus. I didn't know how to react. I didn't want to upset him if I said that it scared me or if I said anything outside of okay, let's try it. You know what though? You know what the craziest part is, guys? Um None of these people are getting, like, it's not like they're sexually checking. You know what I mean? Like getting these people checked to make sure that there's nothing wrong with them or anything like that, and she's just sleeping with them. That's just so dangerous. Such a dangerous thing to do, if you know what I mean. You know, that's a good point. Eyes Wide Shut would hit different if you rewatch it today. It gets a different meaning. I feel like it was ahead of its time. And I think I've said that before. Eyes Wide Shut was ahead of its time when it first came out, like in 98. Now you see it, you're like, damn, I feel like I hear people talking about all these things. Yeah, 4 days of no sleep, just drugs and assault. Yeah. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Oh, they do, Sassy Savage? Thank you. I'll check it out, man. I'm trying to keep as many websites updated. You said Adi just got herp C from him, he said. That's what he said on the Adi said a lot of things, guys. He did. He certainly did. Okay, hold up. Y'all, I have to do, I got somebody at my door. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. I mean, they haven't updated anything. Let me see. Have they? No, not yet. 1 second. Ooh, I had somebody at my door. Okay. Let's refresh this. Okay, 23 seconds ago. Do you recall all of the freak-offs? That would be impossible. Oh my God, that many? Do you want to stop? Ventura says, yes, I was. Did you want to stop? Yes, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. She sobs. She's crying. Did you tell him you didn't want to do it? Yes. Oh my God. She's crying on the stand. She's crying on the stand. She didn't want to do it. She didn't know how to tell him to stop. She didn't have the words. She's crying on the stand. Listen, the lady is pregnant. Like, I hope that they're like checking on her and everything. This can't be good for her. It's not healthy. No, it's not. This can't be good for her. Again, do you recall all the freak-offs? That would be impossible. She doesn't even know how many people she was with. That is so sad to me. Okay? Like, to not know how many people you were with. Did you want to stop? Yes, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. She sobs. Did you tell him you didn't want to? Yes. So she said no. Somebody asked in the comments, then why didn't you file a complaint to the police demanding for his arrest? Look at it. People are like vicious in those comments. Oh my God, y'all. Y'all, okay, here it is. 16 seconds. I brought it up gently. I didn't want to just do it with someone else. Were you able to express your concerns to him? Objection, leading. So defense gets up and says, objection, this is leading. Judge then asks, rephrase. Why would you talk to him gently? Why would you talk to him gently? I didn't want him to be angry. His temper. He has a temper. I mean, ask Kim Porter, who's no longer here with us, but she would probably know about this. She probably knew about all of this. You know what I mean? Right. Like, he would be, like, honestly, people don't understand. They don't, or they refuse. But I still ask the question, is this a RICO case? I still ask the question, is this a RICO case? I think it's a fair question to ask. All right. How young? She was 19 years old, I think. Hold up. See if we can refresh. So he would get angry. Ooh-wee. Somebody said you didn't want him to do it with someone else, but you don't like it. Remember? So there's that piece of consent. I'm telling you, man, they are going to. Oh, I worry about this situation on cross-examination. I worry about this situation on cross-examination. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I do worry about it. Let me see. No update yet. No update yet. I think the testimony is showing that Diddy had an organized group of people around him that did his bidding, which is part of the RICO. Well, they wouldn't let her go. Your head is itching now? Say more. Every time my head is itching, that usually means that there's something that's like I'm allergic to and I can't stand. So let me know. Okay. All right. Let me see what CNN is saying as we are waiting here. CNN says nothing. We already read that update. Washington Post, who has a journalist in there. Cassie Ventura testified that Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual positions with escorts to the lighting of the room. These performances went on for hours. She said, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to. That's what's being said, y'all. This is just so sad. She said, I feel like the jury understands that this was a very young girl trying to satisfy a much older man's desires, right? His eyes go black. The version of him I was in love with was no longer there. She testified. Oh my God. That whole thing about his eyes going black. People have said this before too. That's crazy. Hold up. Do we have an update? Nothing. I mean, she had a hard time. This was an older guy. She, thought she was in love with him and she wanted to be with him. It sounds like. Try to make it work, try to please him, try to do everything to make him happy, and it didn't work out. Ventura says Combs directed every detail, including the lighting. This is what CNN is reporting. Cassie's now testifying about the first time she participated in a freak-off. She was about 22 years old when Combs first asked her to have a freak-off. When asked why she agreed to the freak-off, she replied, good question, I wanted to make him happy. Ventura testified Combs arranged for a male escort to participate and that they took ecstasy and drank alcohol. She says she took the narcotics Combs gave her before they started. Ventura said Combs managed every detail, even what she wore, including masks to disguise their appearance. Every freak off was like directed by Sean. Like he knew specifically where he wanted to everyone to be, the lighting and such. Almost like he was doing like porno videos. That's what it sounds like. So over the first session, we just kind of like ended up getting closer and closer. Then eventually had to put on oil on each other. My goodness, that's crazy. Give me a second. So that's what it sounds like to me. Now the camera's acting a little bit weird. Let me know if you guys are seeing the camera being weird. See if we can okay, we have an update. So when she says I didn't want him to be angry, she wanted to bring up that she didn't want to do these freak offs. Government then asks, what is this? An email between me and Sean. What did you call it? What did you call him? Pop Pop. What? Why? He asked what I called my grandfather, and I did, but now I think it was disrespectful. Wait, what? That's so weird. So the government shows Cassie an email between her and Sean. And the government's like, what did you call him? Pop Pop. Why? He asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. So Diddy wanted you to call him Pop Pop? Oh, there's nothing weird about that. Nothing at all. Government asks, what did you write? I really need to F. This is what Ventura wrote or said. I really need to F. Why did you write that? Because I wanted to be with him. I'll read your message. You read yours. So government is reading what Sean wrote. You don't want to do anymore? Ventura then writes or says, I'm so predictable. Okay, there's missing links here. I'm sure we'll fill this out. He wanted to be called Papa? Demoralizing? Honestly, demoralizing. That's for sure. Okay, hold up. This camera's about to go out and I need to put a new battery in. Give me 1 sec, y'all. I'm going to get off the camera while we have a little bit of time. Let me see if I can fix this. Hold up. Okay, can y'all hear me? Let me know. I'm going to try to fix my camera because the battery's about to go out. Give me 1 sec. Go. All right, hold up. I'm getting the camera ready. I have to get everything going on here, y'all. The camera's about to go off. We don't want that. Because I could tell that it was about, yep, the battery is going crazy. The camera? Yeah. 1 second. All right, I think. Ooh, the green screen. Can't see it once it goes out. Okay, it's all good. We're going to keep going. Hold up. Let's see if I can fix it. This is what I do. Once I'm in the stream, I can't really do anything about the camera going off. Oh, but the camera's here. Okay. So this is our green screen. All right. Shout out to everybody. See if we have an update. Battery needs to be charged. See if we can get this. Okay. Yes. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, no update yet. But let me tell you what CNN is saying. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you for hitting that like button. Make sure everything's good. See if we can get this camera. No, it's not working. All right. CNN says nothing on CNN. No update yet. Let's see what the Washington Post is writing. Star Witness. Nope. That was 4 minutes ago. Okay, Cassie said it would be impossible to remember every freak off she participated in because of the frequency of the events and the drugs she used. It just felt like was all I was good for him. Okay, Ventura said with her voice breaking. I was humiliated. Cassie began to cry as she recalls feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get him, Ventura added. She says she would sometimes try to talk to him out of the freak offs or talk him out of the freak offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. So she was always kind of like taking care of him. Like she's like, I'm taking care of you. I'm worried about you. I don't want you to feel like judged or anything like that, right? Like, well, I'm sure he feels. I wonder what all of this is coming down. Now everybody knows, okay? The emperor has no clothes at this point, okay? Let's keep going. The government asks, what did you think this meant? Okay. So they have this email exchange back and forth, or messages exchange back and forth. The government says, I'll read your messages. You read yours. Government plays Sean. You don't want to do any more? Ventura writes, I'm so predictable. Government then says, what do you think this meant? Ventura responds that he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore. But then I backpedaled. Why? To not make him angry. He could be violent. Where'd you get your outfit? Pleasure chests elsewhere. So the government was asking her, like, where'd you get your outfit? Like, I guess for the freak offs? Pleasure chests elsewhere? Pleasure chests. All right, let's Google that. Pleasure. Oh my God. I'm telling you, don't. Y'all, my Google searches, pleasure chest in New York. That's the first thing that came up. There's a pleasure chest in West Hollywood, and there's a pleasure chest in New York. Let's go to the one in West Hollywood, okay? It is a adult store. Okay, that's where she was getting her outfits. Yeah. I'm just gonna say that. It's an adult store. Yes. Ooh, I need to move my camera away from the computer so I could see what's going on. So you said a lover's package. Why would they allow anyone to pay their way out of this if they participated? It's probably a deflection to make us forget about the people who were on Epstein Island. Ooh, okay. Did he set up Biggie because he was having a private? Ooh, okay. Hold up. Yeah, watch those Google searches. Y'all don't even want to see my history. You don't want to see my history. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update? No update yet. Cassie Ventura testifies in Sean Diddy Combs trial. Okay. The moment Ventura broke down in tears on the stand, asked if she enjoyed, if anything, about the freak-offs, Cassie Ventura broke down in tears. The time spent with him, that's what she said. She added that she felt like it was the only time she could get with him. Okay, I felt disgusted. I was humiliated. I didn't have words to put together at the time how horrible I felt, and I couldn't talk to anybody about it. Try to bring it up gently, and yeah, this is what we have. Now hold up. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Hold up. Let's see. Do we have an update? No, we don't. Ooh, man. He said he made her dress up in costumes. Y'all are tripping for real. I'm reading the other tweets, guys. What people are saying. You can see what I mean, twisting everything. We all know DV is not new, so don't paint him any more than that. Somebody says, I really need to F Is this a high sex drive? Various partners in this high sex drive? Okay, I don't know what that means. Legal note: Cassie's testimony is to establish the foundation of how Combs operated. 3 other women will testify to more serious crimes committed by Combs. They will not be publicly named. They will testify as victim 1, 2, and 3. Well, there's a victim 4 too, unless somehow we're forgetting about that one. Keep that in mind. Okay, hold up. I'm reading what everybody's saying on the tweets. We said it was Taco Tuesday. Y'all, hit up the like button, please, and thank you. Tinkle Tits said that make sure that everybody deletes his search history before he dies or after he dies. Before I die, you're gonna delete your search history if you have time. Oh yeah, victim 3 is not showing up to court. You're right, King Divine. You're right. That's a good point. Look at the Daily Mail. It says Cassie mentioned as the security. Look who Cassie mentioned as a security. Can you write the name again? Where is victim 3? That's what we're trying to figure out. Where in the world is victim 3? Hold up. Let's see what the New York Post posted. Okay, no update. Where in the world is... Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so Ventura says pleasure chests elsewhere. Government then asks, did you get piercings? Yes, Sean came with me. Okay, Sean came with me. Which of his homes did you have freak offs in? Miami and New York. What other homes? My homes, all but the Studio City. And what other cities? Atlanta. Is it IBC? IBC? Is that how you say that? How do y'all say that? I don't know. Is this a city? I've never been here. IBC. Oh my God. Pika, thank you for being a member for freaking 26 months. Please hit the like button, please, and thank you. How do you say that? I am singing y'all, I'm getting tired. I really am. Oh my God. Clearly, Shelly had to, thank you, Pika, for being a member for 26 months. Streak to the like button. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ibiza or Ibiza. They wrote Ibiza. See, you guys are saying it different. Clearly, Shelly is put. If y'all picked up what she put in the chat, been watching the Karen Reed case. How's long to delete a search history? Ibiza. Thank you, Yanni. Thank you. Hi. See, Yanni said it. Ibiza. Thank you. It's a weird one. I'm like, where's that at? Okay, hold up. All right, we have a response. Atlanta, Ibiza. In what hotel in New York did you have freak offs? Trump and the Grand Mercy. Intercontinental, 44th Street. Yes. Elsewhere, the Mandarin Oriental, and then the Fontaine Blue. What names were used? Jackie Starr, I use, or Frank Black. So she's naming locations, okay? So the Trump, the Grand Mercy, the Intercontinental, the Oriental, the Fontaine Blue. What names were used? Jackie Starr, I use, and Frank Black. Is this guy always gonna write? Like, he keeps writing in every tweet, lying B. Like, oh my God. Trolling much? Just let the lady testify. Let her give her testimony. You know those names are about to be looked up in all the hotel databases now. Now, here's the question. With all these hotels being involved, why aren't they going after these businesses too? I want to know. Why aren't they going after these businesses? Okay, what happened? We're not going after the businesses that facilitated this? Let me know. You said Frank Lucas was Biggie's alter ego. Shake my head. Puffy use Frank Black, LOL. That don't make any sense. They should be going for businesses. All of these people need to go down. Like, this is a RICO. Okay? Ibita? Is that how you pronounce Ibita? Ibiza? Okay. Y'all are killing me on my pronunciation. I stay hooked on phonics, okay? I was the kid on the blue reading group. Yes, with the folders. Because we just couldn't get our reading together. That's the yeah. You said Frank Lucas is related to Diddy's family. I know, right? Intercontinental lawyer will tell you they only have 6 floors of lawyers. Thank you. Shout out to Diddy Docket in the chat. The last time I said it was correct. Okay, thank you, my love. Shout out to you. I'm not above Ibiza. See, y'all are trying to get me to say it different. I'm not above correction. Okay, I'm a humble person. All right, 8 seconds ago. So she was using Jackie Star and I used Frank Black as names. What supplies for freak-offs? Astroglide, baby oil, condoms. Oh God, I feel like I'm cussing. When she's saying all this, I'm like, oh my God. Who brought the supplies? Security, Sean's assistants. Which brand of baby oil? Johnson's? Oh, Johnson is not going to want this clout. How was it used? Sean said you need to be glycerine. Oh my God. Okay, so what supplies were for the freak-offs? Which, don't forget, there was an assistant that also was like in charge of the cleanup. Okay. And he had to pick up, like he had to clean up, and he talked about the astroglides, the baby oils, and all kinds of things. It was like the King Wild Nights type of freak-offs. Okay. All right. So keep that in mind. So Johnson & Johnson is being mentioned. What supplies for freak-offs? Astroglides, baby oil, condoms. Who bought the supplies? Security, Sean's assistants. Security was in this BS. And Sean, KK. KK, where are you at, KK? Come here so I can knock you with my gavel, KK. This is when you should have said something. This girl couldn't talk to Diddy because he had all these anger issues. Like, as a woman, you couldn't get close to this girl and ask her if she needed help. And honestly, I know that, like, I take no humor in this. I'm serious, okay? I truly am serious. I know you're his assistant and you were helping him out, but you mean to tell me you couldn't help this girl out? Shame on you. Anyways, let me stop. Security, Sean's assistants. Which brand of baby oil? Johnson's. How was it used? Sean said you need to be glistening. I can't, man. Like, seeing another woman do this is crazy. I don't know if Johnson & Johnson wants this kind of press. I mean, they were freaking out. The Costco was freaking out, okay? The Costco was freaking out when this was happening. She's mentioned more in the court. I bet. Hey, Sly, how are you? I haven't seen you in a minute. Shout out to you, Sly. Hope you're doing well. I just can't, man. Like, the KK girl, like, really? Christina Gorham has not been charged with any crime, but insiders say she might hold the key to the investigation into the disgraced mogul. Of course she does. She should have been. I'm sorry. Like, you're in this BS. You're doing this BS. That's too much. Y'all, I cannot. I'm sure that this is not the clout that they want. Even Andy Signor said, Johnson & Johnson, not sure that this is the press that you want. Let me message Johnson & Johnson. No, Johnson, is that the Johnson? Baby, hold up. Is that the real? Now I want to look at it, but I don't want to navigate out of the screen. Johnson's baby oil. It is. Hold up. Oh my God. Statement, please. Statement, please. We're asking for a statement. Statement, please. Johnson & Johnson, make a statement, please. This is crazy, y'all. Everybody's tagging. Everybody's tagging. Not the judge, Rabbit. I am tweeting. I am reporting and tweeting live. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. They're about to. They probably. Oh my God. Rabbit. Can we? Costco had to make a statement. Costco had to make a statement. I don't know why Johnson & Johnson can't. All right, here we go. We have an update. Government then asked, were there freak-offs when you run out of baby oil? Objection. Defense comes in here. Were there freak-offs when you run out of baby oil? Objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. Government response. You also mentioned Astroglide. Objection. Same objection. Irrelevant. Judge says sidebar. All right. Now, when they do the sidebar, they're talking about the different issues that are happening, right? Like they're going back and forth of why they shouldn't say in everything. And, they go back and forth on that. Okay. Cheeks. Oh my God. Y'all are having too much fun in my chat. Shout out to everybody. Like I know this is some tough stuff, guys, but we have to be able to kind of process this because it's tough to see some of this stuff go on. All right, CNN reported Combs could be a scary person, Ventura says. When Sean Diddy Combs would get upset, he could be a very scary person, could get violent, Ventura testified. Ventura went on to describe the ways that she would alter her appearance for a freak-off. She said that she would regularly get a wax, a tan, and her nails done. Her nails had to be painted white or with a French tip. Per Combs' instructions, she says she also described getting piercings at Combs' discretions or suggestions. Oh my gosh, she had to get piercings. Ventura said she would wear see-through netted outfits, extremely high heels. Remember Young Jock? Guys? Young Jock talked about how he saw a situation where Cassie, like anytime Diddy would tell Cassie to do something, and Diddy was bragging about this, Cassie had to do it. Yeah, he called it. So Young Jock, you didn't do shit about this either. I'm sorry. Drag your ass in here too, because I don't like you. Sly just gifted 10 memberships. Guys, if you've been blessed by Sly or anybody of the gifters, please put some hearts and some confettis in the chats. Thank you, Sly. Thank you. Yeah. And did nothing about it. Anytime I tell my girlfriend to do something, she got to do it too. What are we talking about? Do what? So if you tell your girlfriend to shave her head, is she going to shave your head? Is she really going to shave her head if you tell her to shave her head? Hey, Vicky, you're here. I see you. You're not going incognito. You're here. Okay, hold up. There's a sidebar. Thank you, Sly. I appreciate it. Oh my God, Vicky's like, no, I'm not here. I don't know, man. All these men not helping her. You said, oh my God, I ain't seen nothing. We saw you. You got called out. Hold up, though. Let's see. We're waiting for an update. Okay, 26 seconds ago, government says we were just talking about Astroglide. How was it used? Ventura responds, lubricant. Government asks if you ran out, what? Ventura then said we'd call either staff or the bell desk. Give them a tip. Government then says, were the freak-offs lit? Ventura responds, initially it was candle, strong smelling Glade. Okay. I guess maybe there's a typo there, but I think maybe he means like were they lit with candles or something? Like did they use candles for these freak-offs? Initially it was candle, strong smelling Glade. Oh my God. Oh my God. Mary, thank you for gifting a membership. Shout out to you, Mary. Thank you. Make sure you guys drop some hearts in the chat if you've been gifted. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Hold up. Not even Bath and Body Works. No. Thank you, Vicky. I hope you're doing well. You said, yeah, remember, that's what Young Jock was talking about too. That's why I don't put anything past him. Which one? That one? Do you want to wear that one? Okay. That's fine. This is what I'm trying to understand. We're just talking about Astroglide. How was it used? Lubricant. If you ran out. If you ran out, then what? We'd call either staff or the bell desk. Give them a tip. Were the freak-offs lit? Like lit in candles, I'm thinking? Initially, it was candle, strong-smelling Glade. Okay, there's another company that's being mentioned. Glade. Sorry, guys, I had to step out. Yes, it's still going on, Queen. It's still going on. You think the lit meant something different? Hold up, let's see. No, that's what it meant. Let me see if CNN has an update. Okay, no update. Let me see if Washington Post, what they're saying. Washington Post is saying nothing. Nothing. We don't have an update yet, guys. We don't have an update yet. Excuse me. Do you remember Cassie shaved her head because Diddy wanted her to? Yeah, the left side. That's what Young Jock was talking about. I bet I could probably find the clip. Actually, let me find it. This is why there were so many people that were here that knew what the hell was going on. Hold on. Young Jock, Cassie hair. He said it. This is where a lot of people got it from. He said it on DJ Vlad. He said it. He was like on a podcast or something like that, and he said it too. And he kept revealing it. This is not a secret. Okay. This is the thing that you know. This was a year ago. Now, how long is this short? Let me see.
Face with that white woman was coming down the escalator.
Yeah,
he was in that man's house and he saw that man's wife who was like this. I was watching Puff. The nigga Puff was looking up there. He saw this white woman. It was bottles on bottles on bottles around her. It was lit. Puff jumped out. Me and Cassie sitting next to each other. My wife right here, Cassie right here. The nigga jumped off the bar, came over and said, yo, Cassie, tomorrow, I want you to shave the side of your head.
This is it. This is it right here.
And I was like, what the fuck kind of request is that? So when I'm like, what the fuck? So when I look up there, this white woman side of her head was shaved, my nigga.
Mm-hmm. This is what she was doing. Okay. So, and people were around. People weren't like, hey, are you sure that's what you wanted to do? Did you want to save this side of your head? Like, did you want to do this? They weren't there. They weren't there for her rescue. They weren't going to say anything. It is, I can't, but you know, he's a whole creep too. Young Jock is a creep as well. A lot of these people, in my opinion, the Peter Guns, who's the other ones? The apologists. Oh, snap. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? There's a lot of apologists. This guy surrounds himself with a lot of apologists. And nobody stepped in. Nobody said anything. Nobody wanted their career impacted. Some of these one-hit wonders under Diddy. It's the Stevie J's. No updates yet. The Stevie J's who, for all we know, probably saw a lot of shit. And what is it? Mighty Mouse Stevie J. That guy. We don't like him. No update yet. It's all about control. That's all it is. Let's see. She looks amazing with that. She really does. She did look amazing with that hair anyways. She looks amazing whichever way she, does her hair, whatever. But I mean, did she want to do it? Did she want to do it? That's the question that we have. Okay, here we go. 9 seconds ago. So she talks about the Glade being strong smelling. Any other use of candle wax? A few times poured on my body. Oh my God. Who set the temperature of the room? Sean. I was expected to do freak offs on my period. Did you want to do that? No. Oh my God. I need No. Yeah, right, baby Shay. It's like, wow. Yeah. You said somebody said it's you know what? I've heard this before too, that there was like there's a ritualistic use for this too. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it was videotape. That's what I'm saying. Nobody said anything, Peter. Nobody said anything. Okay, here we go. We have an update, y'all. I give you the biggest trigger warning because I think we're about to get into some stuff here, okay? Did you want to be urinated on? Defense says objection. Judge asks grounds. Defense says asked and answered. Judge says overruled. No, I did not want it. Government asks, how did you feel? Or how did it feel? Cassie responds, it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Oh my God. That is fucking sick. You know, oh, okay. Let me stop. Again, did you want to be urinated on? Objection. This is what the defense says. Like, objection. Grounds. Asked and answered. Overruled. That's what the judge overruled that. No, I did not want it. How did it feel? It was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Let me see if CNN has an update. Oh, no. Yeah, no. We just... Combs use aliases like Frank White or Frank Black for hotel rooms. Sean Diddy Combs use aliases like Frank White or Frank Black for hotel rooms where they have freak-offs. Cassie Ventura testified. If she booked the rooms or dancers, she said she often used the aliases Jackie Star. Ventura said freak-offs were held at both her and Combs' houses, in addition to hotels in New York City, Miami, Los Angeles, Atlanta, Las Vegas. Okay, we know this. Sometimes she would book the hotel rooms. Other times, Combs' staff would. She said his staff would provide materials such as baby oil, lubricant, condoms. She said. Okay, let me see if we have an update. Okay, we have an update. So she talks about how the urine was too much. It was disgusting. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Government asks, why were you choking? Ventura responded, too much urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you? Sean? Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. How often did it happen? Often enough. Listen, I'm glad that her husband, Alex Fine, is not in the courtroom while this is being talked about. And his daughters are there, Mrs. O, and his mama too. Miss Janice over there. But you know, the lady was with the shits. She's over here doing IVs. Okay? They were doing IVs. That's disgusting. That is disgusting. Okay? She didn't want it. You know, she didn't want that. That's what she's saying. Someone said, this is nuts. People are reacting. People are reacting. Absolutely, Aduko. Can you imagine hearing your love say this and it's in the past and you can't fix it or make it go away? Heart-wrenching. But this like it's like you got daughters, dude. You want somebody treating your daughters this way? Like, do I have any fathers here? I'm just saying, like, no. Okay, do we have an update? I think we do. Oh my God. Yeah, we do. Government then says, which hotel charged the most for damages to the room? Ventura responds, the Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Government asks or says, back to the urination. Oh, God. Judge says, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Okay, so the judge is intervening and letting the government know, you got a few more questions. Government responds, why didn't you say no? Okay, I think that is a valid question that a lot of victims go through. They tend to ask, like, why didn't you? You could have. Why didn't you? It's a question that everybody gets asked. Government is asking, why didn't you say no to the urination? Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's some people, not to like kink shame, but as long as y'all are like consenting adults, if you like those golden showers, that's on you. Okay. But it's a little bit different if you're not liking it. If you didn't consent to them. Miss O, thank you for renewing your membership. Shout out to you. Thank you. I appreciate you for renewing your membership. Let's see. Said a few questions. I mean, I'm glad that the government intervened the judge intervened on the few questions because she's pregnant, y'all. Like, this is getting tough. This is getting tough to hear. Yeah, you're right. She said no to the whole thing. She did. You said Janice. Janice, they're hearing this. Well, I mean, I don't know if I could hear all of this if that was my father. That's a good question. Was she coerced the whole time? Was there a time that she consented? This is a good question, okay? And I think it's an appropriate question. Like I said, people are going to ask questions like, did you want to do this whole time? I want to know what you guys think of this trial so far. What do you guys think so far? Hold up. Now, I know I did a poll, but that was a couple hours ago. 600 votes. Okay, now hold up. Let me do another one. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Really helps in the algorithm. Shout out to everybody that has been here giving like good, thoughtful comments. It's been amazing to have you guys here. Thank you. Okay, now hold up. Did we just get an update? Yes, we did. Okay, so why didn't you say no? Cassie responds, it was obvious. I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. Where did you find escorts? Initially, Craigslist. Okay, I don't feel like she answered the question, but hold up. Maybe we're missing context. Hold up. Let me see if I can find the Washington Post because it's not a direct answer. Okay. So this was 4 minutes ago. The Washington Post said that defense prosecutors and judges are now having a sidebar. A lot of details prosecutor Emily Johnson has sought in part of the testimony feels a bit repetitive. She's asking Cassie Ventura the brand of lube and the baby oil use, Johnson per Ventura, and how it was used. The defense has objected. This is why the judge said, like, all right, like only a few more questions. Like you're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself. Let's see. Janice gives a santeria. Is that what you say, Miss Zoe? Wee, man. All right, guys, we're getting there. Let's see if we can get an update. She didn't answer the question. Okay, here we go. Inner City Press says, okay, we'll break here. So we're breaking again. That's where it stops. We're breaking again. Okay. Yeah, that's where it stops. That is crazy. Maybe they have receipts in the computers. She wanted to make music and had her running around fulfilling his sick fantasies. You said, wonder if Diddy's still sitting there reading his Bible. No. Listen. Y'all need to have some order in this court, be in this channel, okay? Because I saw you guys cutting up a little bit earlier. No.
When you are out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. The whole trial is out of order. They're out of order.
Nope. You guys are out of order. You need to stop. You need to stop. Okay? It is what it is. Court TV isn't living up to the hype, says Keep. Oh my God. You know what? I'm telling you, Christina Coram is getting dragged, and I'm here for it. Christina Coram, because you really done messed up here. Okay. CNN reported Ventura details how Combs instructed them to baby oil. Cassie Ventura testified that they used quite a bit of baby oil in their freak-offs because Sean Combs wanted them to be glistening. Ventura said Combs would instruct her to apply more oil if he felt like she didn't have enough on. Ventura said that they would use somewhere around 10 large bottles of baby oil per freak-off. One time there was a baby pool filled with baby oil, Ventura testified. Combs told her to get into the pool to cover herself with oil. She testified she did as she was told because she felt she couldn't say no. If there's something Sean wanted to happen, that's what was going to happen. There wasn't another way around it. When they ran out of the lubrication during the freak-off, Ventura said they called someone on Combs' staff or the hotel desk to bring more. Combs would call an assistant himself or direct Ventura to call them, she said. Law enforcement seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant during a search of Combs' home in Miami, Los Angeles last year, according to the indictment at that time. Oh my God. They had a whole baby pool of baby oil. Then literally this stops here. Okay? He probably had stocks. Y'all, I cannot. You think it's Cap? He said that there was, well, did they take pictures of, why do you think it's Cap? I have a hard time understanding how they could run out. Like, what? Oh my God. I would go dry to, oh my God, not 1,000. Somebody counted those baby oil bottles. Somebody did. Yeah, somebody did. They're on break. Okay, guys. Okay. Guys, what do you guys think so far of Cassie? Hold up. Let me do a little poll. That's what I was about to do before I had to stop. Do you believe Cassie is credible? Hold up. Yes, my love. Okay. Give me 1 second. You said Johnson & Johnson is going to go out of business now. I don't think so. Thank you. This has been differing opinions and everything. Okay, guys. Do you believe Cassie is credible? Yes or no? Go vote. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. I appreciate it. Guys, what do you guys think? Go vote. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. I'm waiting to see what the poll says. Make sure you guys are voting, please, and thank you. All righty. Okay, guys. Let's see where are we at. Do you believe Cassie is credible? We have 152 votes. Do you believe Cassie is credible? 93% said yes, and 7%, 6% said no. So I mean, it's way in. Some of you guys believe that what she's saying is this. Yes. Some of you guys say no. I mean, let me know. For those that are saying no, tell me why. Tell me why. What do you guys think? Some of you guys said it's all cap. Some of you guys feel like, no, she's a victim and this is what happened. Is this a RICO case at the end of the day? That's the question that I have. It would take a lot of baby oil lube to fill out a baby pool. Right. How many bottles? A baby pool? I don't know, man. You said this is exactly the behavior you see in movies that pimps do. You still don't think it's a RICO? I'm still struggling with the RICO part, but we're going to go through it. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens. We're going to get through it. Thank you, Lisa. You're fairly new. We're doing our best, guys. We're doing our best here. That is why all the stores are out of it. When I was trying to get some, Karen, Diddy took all the baby oil. RICO lube, not RICO lube. Oh my God, y'all are too much. You can buy anything in bulk. That is true. You could. I don't know, man. You said Costco said they don't sell baby oil. Remember when Agnifilo said that people buy things in bulk and you could just buy and then immediately Costco was like, no, we don't do baby oil. And when Agnifilo said it. Yes, she did right there. I would agree with that. The assistant, there was two of them and the security. So you're right, Vicky. I agree with that. I agree. Thank you, Laura. Welcome for the new subscribers. Shout out to everybody, guys. We'll be covering this every day. We're going to do our best to cover it. I do have kids, so I have to go tend to them. So I'm going to end this here in about 3 minutes. And then we're going to be live later tonight to finish up what happened and do a recap. That's where I take my break. Okay, because I got to tend to everybody, feed everybody, make sure everybody's taken care of. Because, I don't want anybody coming down at me. It is what it is. I said no because that's not what he's being charged with. I just want to hear all the evidence's blessings. I think it's fair to say that, right? Like, we want to hear all the evidence, right? Role play, voyeurism, golden showers. I have never been called a freak off before Diddy. That's never been called a freak off before Diddy. Why? A RICO, thank you, Aduko. A RICO is offense involves a pattern of a racketeering activity encompassing crimes like gambling, murder, drug dealing, extortion, money laundering, prostitution is another one too, in there. Anyone who knows the facts and thinks she had any control of this insanity cannot possibly like women, says Cheeks. Ooh, Cheeks, you said a mouthful. A lot of people feel I'm waiting out, y'all. I'm just commentating and giving my thoughts and opinions on the case. And people, I have not made my opinion yet. Okay. But I will say that I think it's amazing and brave of Cassie to speak out. I do. You said Janice created a world-class PIMP. Yes. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm waiting for KK. Me too. Get KK in here. We might get physical with KK. I'm just gonna say that, okay? We might, because I don't like KK whatsoever. No, I don't like what KK was doing. I really don't. In federal court, the law has allowed the name of the people who plan to cooperate to remain secret until they can take the stand. It's true. More like Janice created a world-class PETA. I don't know, man. It just like, it's crazy. It's crazy that, like, and I'll say it, like, Diddy was music that I listened to. Diddy was music that, you know, when he was dating J-Lo, that was like the thing. All of us. So, you know, I can't believe that this is where we're at. But I mean, this is why you should need to be careful with the celebrities that you idolize. We're waiting for Christina Coram, the assistant, the arm, Diddy's right-hand woman, okay? For 10 years, who according to Cassie was with the shits, just like Janice Combs. She's with the shits too, okay? You said KK is Diddy's witness? Ooh, somebody said KK is that surprise witness? Shout out to BJ Investigates, y'all. Make sure you guys go check her out. She's amazing. Shout out to her. What about, did he adopt a daughter? What happened to the little girl? It is. It's giving Maxwelly. Yes, it is. It is. All right, guys. Guys, I'm having to head out because I gotta go tend to stuff. But I will be back later on live tonight. Yes, my mama. I gotta go tend to her. I will be back later on live tonight to do a little recap of the things, just basically to conclude what I didn't finish. And then I'll probably drop a video late at night, depending on what's submitted. We are working overtime on this. Guys, hit the like button. Thank you so much for being here for freaking 4 hours, almost 5. We were there. Hit the like button. I'll see you guys later on tonight. Bye, guys. Don't forget, notifications don't always go out. So just check randomly. Make sure you're in all notifications. We're covering this as best as we can. And I want to thank you guys for your support. Bye, guys. Bye, bye, bye.